Before this video starts, I just want to say that this is the anniversary of when I first uploaded my first Genshin video just a year ago today. And it means the world to me. This whole playthrough means so much to me. You guys coming on for the journey has meant so much to me. And I thought today would be really fitting to do a big long world quest, as that is, you know, something we do a lot on this channel at this stage. I've appreciated this game so much, and this is an amazing world quest as well. I don't want to talk too much about it because I probably will get very sappy, and while you guys love me getting sappy, there's plenty of time left to get sappy. And I feel like if I get too sappy, it feels like I'm like, you know, hey, we're almost caught up. But like, even when we're caught up, Genshin's not done. There's so much of Genshin left, and I appreciate all of you coming along for this journey. Let's get into Remuria. We're here at the first place that I ever was when I came to Fontaine, and the waterfall really does remind me so much of like my starting point here in the journey through Fontaine. Like, the loud noise of the waterfall is so like, it's just like joined with my first time here in Fontaine. It really is. By the way, hello, baby gangsters. This is Calvin, also known as Roman, and this is my first ever playthrough of Genshin Impact, and today we're starting Remuria. And I think I have to make it over to this island. And the reason I have Vaughn on me now, we can use Vaughn today as well, you know, for the whole episode. But I just think we're gonna try and make our way over here. I don't know if I'll be able to get over here. What do you guys think? Is this how you do it? I know you can get a boat over there, but I'm thinking that we can do this instead. What do you guys think? This feels like old Genshin for me. And old Genshin, yeah, is only like 11 months. But like, you know what I mean? Where it feels like there were so many times when like you'd be like, okay, I wonder if I can make it to that exact point if I go from here to here. I think we could. And look how graceful Vaughn is going through this area. Look how beautiful this whole area is in general. We could have swam over there, couldn't we? Yeah, it's Fontainian water. But look, we're now, we're flying through the air. Can you swim in this water? Because it's also like Sumeru water, right? So maybe not. Possibly. I think you might not be able to swim in this water. We might just have to get a boat. This is the start of the video. What a start. We're going closer and closer to Nalan, and it's actually like really crazy because one of the things that happens when we get like closer and closer to leaving a region is that like first of all, we've done so much. We've like done so much like in every single region we ever go to. Like, you know, in like Sumeru we did like 30 hours of world quests. Like here we've already done 24 hours of world quests, which is pretty. It's a lot already. It is a lot. Wait, there's a waypoint here. I had the map zoomed out. I didn't realize there's a waypoint. Well, look, we already went this way. Let's pretend the waypoint doesn't exist. There you go. Much better. Jesus Christ. I was like, oh God, how are we gonna make it over here? The game's like, yeah, just waypoint. But yeah, like, you know, we've already done 25 hours of world quests here. We've done like, you know, we're almost done all the story quests in this region as well. Look how pretty this is from this perspective as well. So pretty. And today, we're doing another world quest. I am so very excited.
Quit following me.
Oh yeah, there's a boat over here at least. Man, this is one of those world quests that people have hyped up. They have. And like, it's no, not even hyped up. I think people are just like, oh, I can't wait to see this world quest. I can't wait to see this one. And that happens, like, and it's been probably one of the ones that people are also worried that I'd... Petrichor! Oh dear. Oh dear. Do we have anything to worship the statue? Trying to prolong the inevitable here. Yeah, today our team is Relax, Pvt, which is Vaughn, Farazan, it can be Xingqiu or Benny. I have Xingqiu on it today just because like that's usually what I use for farming. So like we can still use Xingqiu as well because we won't be losing a lot of health with these characters. Like generally we do lose health sometimes, but like the freeze ability is also very, very good as well. But also Benny is also very good in that team too. So we might just interchange as time goes on. Well, yeah, it's probably I'd say in terms of like just damage, it's my best team. Hey you, yeah you blithering idiot. What are you doing dragging your feet for? Waiting for all of us to get old? Why in blazes are all these boxes already on the ship?
No, boss, it's just that these boxes are way too heavy. If we lug them all up, I think the ship might...
My what? This here treasure. You're just gonna leave profit on the ground like that?
But if we load everything on the board plus ourselves, I don't think the boat can hold all that weight.
That's an easy one. If we leave just a couple of you on this island, we can bring all the treasure back now, can't we? Jesus.
Oh, cunning plan, boss. Wait, I'm one of the ones you're talking with, right? You're taking with you, right?
I don't want to get catched by those golems. You've seen what happens to anyone they catch. What? Then stop yapping and start moving. If the Dark Lord's lackeys catch up, we're all done for. Dark Lord's lackeys, are they what is happening? They put on some kind of show on golems. Is that the golem?
Wait, boss, there's people over there.
Why don't we go ask them? Yeah, I definitely want to see what they're talking about. Yeah, you, the big and the tiny thing. What are you skulking over there for? Can't leave any witnesses. What do you say? I wasn't gonna be like, oh, we're in trouble, because we're definitely in trouble with these guys. Like, come on. Like I'm not trying to be like, I think like it sounds arrogant, but like, come on, it's a traveler. Come on, we're not in trouble. Anyway, we should talk to them first. You know, we're definitely not in trouble. Oh, the cat. From the look of you, must be foreigners. I never thought you were minions of the Dark Lord's Remus. This is Wanderer and Paimon's Paimon. And you're right, we're travelers. But this is the Dark Lord Remus you mentioned. Has he finished playing his part already? You don't even know who the Dark Lord is? Alright, I get it. I suppose it is up to me to educate you, oh ignorant outlanders. As you know, this was once a peaceful town. In those days, it was not yet named Petrichor. We Fontanians lived here in peace and safety until the golem armies of the Dark Lord Remus came. He was an awful tyrant who claimed to be the ruler of all waters. His forces already obliterated countless towns and cities before arriving at ours. Oh my god, there's more fairy tales, more mystical things. That might be true. Again, that could be true. He took our lands, polluted the sources of pure water, and even tried to use music to tempt us. What? They raised the bell towers and fortresses, and the Dark Lord's melody enslaved our kin, but we Fontanians free rejected his rule. Thus did I and the warriors under command march to war across all across the land. Wait, so like, yeah, I'm not trying to say this is impossible to happen in Genshin, right? I'm just saying that like it sounds like a fairy tale, right? Nice world building, that's what I mean. Yeah, it sounds like a fairy tale. And then what happened? How did you defeat the Dark Lord? We're just happy to hear a story. The Dark Lord's golems are each mighty and beyond measure. How could we be their match? Calvin messed that line up. Still, we had the aid of the the Quick-Witted this time. The Quick-Witted? With his aid, we infiltrated the Dark Lord's fell keep and reclaimed the treasure, and he and his minions plundered from us Fontanians.
Like the boss said, what is we're doing again? Oh yeah, disrupting the special military maneuvers being conducted by the Dark Lord's legions. Totally a brilliant plan.
You're the protagonist of your play, yet you aren't on the up and up. Well, when does the Dark Lord take the stage? Do you think we'd be lugging treasure if he showed up? Like as not, we'd all have been turned into golems already, just like S probably was. S the pitiful now, more like.
Whoa, he totally helped you and you guys just left him behind and ran away? Are you sure you guys aren't the baddies? Baddies don't get to be the protagonists.
Paimon, great point. What do you mean protagonists? Take the stage. Oh, from where I'm standing, it's looking like you're really his minions, just dressed up as foreigners. I can tell from all your blabbering about the performances and plays.
You mean you guys aren't putting on a performance?
I don't think they are, Paimon. So you won't fess up unless we char you first? Let's get him, boys. Wait, are you serious? I have my best team today.
Let me weave you a verse.
I'm a best team today. Watch this. Freeze time. Freeze time, boys. Even without Farazan's ability, look at this freeze time. There we go. That's why I love having I use Xingqiu for farming. It's very fun. The thieves, who were beaten so bad they couldn't spare even a thought for treasure, and they fled on their boat.
There they go, huh? Guess they weren't acting after all. But what's this treasure they were talking about? The Dark Lord this, Dark Lord keep that? No way that's real.
Why don't we have a look at their treasure? But we don't know where the stuff came from. Consider this as necessary investigation. I love that Paimon is scared, but it makes sense that Paimon is scared, especially when like she sees that their story is kind of like serious.
You're not wrong, but if it's there is some kind of evil Dark Lordy trap inside. There's no dissuading you. Please be careful, okay?
Paimon, I'll try my best. And so what happens? There were no traps in the container or of evil Dark Lordy variety or otherwise. But there was no valuable treasure within either. Within was naught but heavy shards of shattered stone.
Paimon were just a bunch of frauds. There's no treasure at all. Or is this shabby Caesar statue some kind of priced artifact? It's an incredible statue, like. There has to be, like, something to this island, of course. Let's go to Petrichor and ask around. Maybe it's some kind of landmark, a lucky mascot or something. What was wrong with that guy's head? As for the treasures we... Hey, Wander, what? 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 What is happening? How unforgettable the Hortus Urgites. What? What are you? Imperator. A dream. What is this place? What am I looking at? You're finally awake, Imperator. The music. This day is one of great import. The day when we shall sound the great symphony, Phobos. There is yet time before the ritual, Imperator. But we should set out. I seem to have had a dream. A dream, Imperator? I didn't know that gods could dream. In that case, what did you dream of? The great plains beyond the north wind? The silver tree beneath the frozen soil? Or did you see that golden fruit that you once showed me? I saw the sea swallowing the earth, so again it's to do with the idea of the prophecy again. The children of the white stone and the brass sinking. The collapse of all those once radiant. The prophecy then, Imperator, is precisely to prevent it from happening, to fight against the inevitable fate that we are here today. Just as you said, we have paid much for it, but once we are free of Fortuna's shackles, those sacrifices shall not have been in vain. In this I had faith ever since I accepted this body and became a Remuria. So it's not like a mask? That's literally you? It's not like a suit? What is happening? What a Remurian apologies, Imperator. Forgive my lack of manners. They mentioned Fortuna, by the way, right? Which was a god, right, as well? But I forget which, I think it was like the god of like luck, or the god of like, well, fortune, Fortuna. Like, yeah, the god of like fortune, I guess, and like being fortunate. What is even happening with this? Apologies, Imperator, forgive my lack of manners. In any case, please come with me. What? That was freaking... This place is gorgeous. It's like organs. Look at this. It's like a musical instrument, and the golems. Yeah, they're the golems up there as well. This place is stunning. And the music is stunning. What are we seeing here? Though you bestowed undying bodies upon the people, allowing humanity to fear the tides and the deep nevermore, our souls are bound by the shackles of Fortuna. The music. The burden of fate is not something mortal souls can bear, but Phobos shall weave the path of faith on our behalf, leading us forward the path of... The melody of the symphony will flow through the waterways in the high sea, and soon Remuria, all humanity will be freed from the unconscionable tyranny of fate and welcome eternal to... This is gorgeous! Look at this place, and then one day people no longer need the guidance of Phobos and will be able to play their own symphony. All the statues while bowing down as going by the heart. I'm sorry, this is beautiful. Are we gonna get to see this? Remus, the god of darkness. I am blown away. They talked about the god of fortune, right? Or at least maybe it's not a god here, but Fortuna, right? The god of like good fortune. They want to be free from that idea, so I guess they want to be free from the idea of like luck. They want to make their own way in life. They talked about like music and playing songs, but like, this whole place seems like an instrument. The whole place that we're standing in seems like a big instrument. And the guys we just fought talked about music and songs, and talked about like siren songs and things like this. I wonder if Remus has like something to do with music as well. This whole place is stunning. It's absolutely incredible. Remus, you once said that you could create a future free from the shackles of divine destiny. So Remus says that he could... So Remus isn't maybe like an evil person. He's like, hey, we could like do this. Yet your realm now lies violently shattered, and the chasm you tried to bridge has grown deeper still. The immortal race you created and the peoples of the waters are slaughtering one another. Oh my god. He created an immortal... See, because he said like, oh, we're immortal. We accepted this body. Maybe the Remurians are immortal? And now the so-called Eternal City too faces imminent collapse, so this is in danger too. You cannot control your own creation. The symphony has brought neither justice nor happiness, but instead has become a source of all sin. So, his own creation, Remus created this.
in an attempt to create freedom, but it has actually brought more pain and sin. Though their flesh and blood have been sundered from water and soil, the lost souls guide them upon the path of inevitable death nonetheless. The curse of Fortuna is upon your people and upon you. What? This music is... I can't get over this music. So even though they are no longer part of the water and soil, they're no longer like able to die, they are still upon the path of death nonetheless. Do you still remember our promise? That is our last resort as long as the symphony is played. Is this the only way your usurped lords of humanity know to atone after bringing this to ruination? Still your resolve at least does not shame you, kingly crown. Your kingly crown. Wait, are they... Is he... Are we Remus? And as a promise was made, and they indeed... Therefore allow me to bear witness to your end. O king cursed by fate, drown thyself in song, a feast of day of judgment has not yet come. What? And what this guy over here with his head? That was one of the prettiest things I've ever seen, but one of the most like confusing things just because we don't know it was easier to follow, like we were able to follow it, but at the same time there was like 50% of it was very confusing, and I think intentionally so. You're not supposed to just get everything right now. You scared me to death. Wonder you suddenly just completely stopped moving and started staring at the statue like you were a statue yourself. Paimon thought you were been turned into stone by the Dark Lord's evil curse. I think I had a strange daydream. There isn't really a curse, is there? Wonder, you okay? I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. This is so freaking neat. I need to know more about this. As long as you're not hurt, yeah, we should definitely go to Petrichor first. The whole place, Petrichor's dream. The whole place seemed like one big instrument, right? The stunning music, stunning visuals. What is wrong? Lordan! Hold this, if you require shelter, simply head to the bell tower in the city center. The savages have been getting all bold and uppity lately, so be on your guard. And you are? Lordus Vinus says, I am under the auxilia of the Machismo's Legio the Third. So long as we're here, we shall suffer no despicable invaders to step within the city walls. City walls, where do they come from? Are we not within our defensive walls as we speak? Wait, I see. You're testing me. Why, just as Dominus Boethius once said, the mighty legions are true walls of the Empire. What is happening? Dude, this is an island. There ain't no walls. This statue is beheaded. I am so nervous, but also like very, very like excited. Tell me something else. You mean the bell tower? Indeed, these days of the fire and sword are after all, and the soldier of the Imperator, that's what we call Imperator, our God King. So we were Imperator. That's who we were. We cannot allow our Imperial citizens to be exposed to danger. Someone in the bell tower will guide you to the Machismos. You shall be safe there. Wait, tell me about the barbarians though. What are you talking about barbarians then? So we were Imperator in that vision about the barbarians. Those savages, nothing to be said for those detestable invaders. They destroy our cities, slaughter our people. Enemies of the Empire, I name them. Nay, the enemies of all civilization. Still, you need not fear, citizen. Dominus Boethius shall soon come to Machismo in person. When that happens, all disturbances shall utterly be quelled, and those putrid primitives shall get what they deserve. Have you met any barbarians? Not yet, I fear. They're a cunning lot, I must say. They rarely show up when they cannot be sure of victory. This is absolutely stunning. Like, look at these houses are beautiful in Fontaine anyway. Mail here that hasn't been picked up, which means that yes, it's not. Yeah, it means that people haven't been. At the very least, that shows that people haven't been picking up their mail, which means that people haven't been bothered with the mail, or it just hasn't been. People haven't been living here in the same way they used to live here, I guess is what you could say. Goldoni. The auxilia of the barbarian stock are spreading overwrought rumors about the Lock Knights again. I suggest to Dominus Boethius that we stamp these ridiculous ravings out completely. About the Lock Knights? Fret not about the lies those slaves tell. Their so-called Lock Knights are both facetious, far-fetched fictions. They spread rumors and call barbarians who worship a false god knights, believing that they also one day will free them from their fated duties. I do not condemn such folly. For folly is the way of the lowly, yet their delusions are fanned ever hotter. Such is their melodies and tranquil no longer. They must be cured. Once the disturbances have subsided, they shall act forcefully to correct such strange skeins of so suspicious. Delusion and weakness are both breed turmoil. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk to you again. Yeah, we're here on Petrichor, which I believe Xavier mentioned Petrichor first, right? We also saw mention of Petrichor in the other world quest we did. I remember the first time I was like, oh, Petrichor is mentioned again. It was when we were in the Institute, right? When we were heading towards, it was the Ann quest. It was the Ann quest we first did. The first Ann quest, I believe. And during that Ann quest, we saw a note that said that there was like folklore and folk tales in here. So I wonder if like we're gonna find something like that here. Everyone looks weird. They look like it. They look like they're like it's like a ghost town with people in it, right? That's what it feels like. It's like a ghost town, but people are still here.
Welcome, travelers, O traversers of dreamscapes. I am bellringer at the intersection clock tower, the guide that welcomes travelers to the eternal city.
So valiant guardian, shall we find the eternal city to our left or to our right? I'm willing to play along if they want to. Wait, so you're in character already? Are you sure you're okay? Honestly, Paimon, like, I feel like we've done so much with this crazy world and how crazy Fontaine has been. I'm just willing to right away play along and just get to like whatever they want me to do for sure. Not that I don't care, but you know what I mean? I'm not saying I want to like go through really fast. I'm saying that like, sometimes I don't even find a use in being like, what are you talking about? I'd rather just them expand on what they're talking about so we can understand it more through them saying stuff. Leaving that aside for now, all the townspeople we ran into on the way here are acting really weird. Do you know what that's about? Why has everyone gone to Machismo's already? Machimos, by the way. I kept saying Machismo as in like, you know, courage. Already, I imagine that they now dwell under the protection of Sebastos. So in addition to the Dark Lord Remus, you now have Sebastos. This is getting more complicated by the minute. Dark Lord Remus, it would appear that in your journey you've crossed paths with those uncouth barbarians. That's indeed a blasphemous title which they besmirch the Sebastos Remus, our mighty Imperator. Wait, so the Imperator is Sebastos Remus. So they're the same person? But the barbarians, as they call them, which they're also referenced as slaves, call him Remus. Or they call him the Dark Lord Remus. Also, they're both the same, Remus. They're the same person after all. Yeah, so like it's just a different perception, a different like look, of a different view. But there's no consequence. Sebastos may not have defined by the narrow notions of that tribal mob. Those despicable insects may speak slander as they wish, but the wise inspired by the noblest ideals will yet come forth in their droves. So they have like a very bad view of the Imperator, the quote-unquote barbarians. When the bell of eternity tolls, all that have ever come to pass shall be erased, and will be reborn. Regardless of who they are, or where they are from, be grateful and rejoice. Praise be. What should we do, Wander? This person seems lucid, but their stuff they're spouting is all kinds of whack. You think they've got a sleepwalker here? Maybe he's dreaming. It does seem like he is like kind of like he said he's a bell ringer, and he said he like is like bringing people towards the world or opening the world. So I wonder if like he's gonna be like the bridge between that for us. Do you name me a dreamer? Who knows? We could be the ones dreaming. No way, that's impossible. At least we probably aren't. Paimon, I wouldn't doubt anything now. Dreaming, I certainly. Oh wait. Oh God, did we do that? But he's out cold. Travel from outside. Halt. Excellent. You two look completely mentally sound. So are you mentally sound? Finding a normal person. Seriously, what's going on in this town? We thought that guy was kind of normal as well. Before that, let's get this gentleman somewhere safe. Can't be leaving him lying here, can we? He'll catch a cold. Though the risk of catching cold may not be the most important thing right now, you still work together with the normal person, quote unquote, to move the incoherently rambling bell ringer to a nearby bench. That is a cat again. That cat's following us around the place. Anyway, allow me to introduce myself. Call me Este. I'm a member of the town's Daydream Club. I'm the only member of present right now, though. The Daydream Club? Paimon's Paimon, he's Wander. We're passing adventurers. Adventures, you say? Music's gorgeous. You're not here to look for that castle or whatever, are you? The castle? You introduced her Este. We've heard her name before. We did, yes. So he's seen as the person... Wait, Este the... They called him Este the Swift, right? It was you who brought the bandits into the Dark Lord's castle, was it not? What? So you've also... No, we're wide awake. Trust us. We just don't get why everyone's saying all sorts of crazy things. Yeah, we're trying... Like, because then he also... This is very confusing, but very cool. It's one of those things that, like, I always say, like, confusion leads to more knowledge. Like, we're going to expand our knowledge in this episode, you know? We do, like, you know, we have to accept we don't know things sometimes. I think it's always the best way to go about it. Personally. That's my personal feeling on this. Is that, like, when I don't know something, it just means I'm about to know something, you know? You tell Este about how you met a drove of bandits who saw the shattered stones as treasure away outside town.
Oh, it's them. Where to begin? The legend of the Fated Castle has never been a secret. The Fated Castle sounds so cool. Adventures just like them come by looking for it every once in a while. And whether it's because the impression the name Golden Troop conjures up nothing more than poetic imagery, or because the castle walls built a millennia ago is more likely than not that nothing of value remains there now. But would they ever listen? Of course not. No sooner had I brought them over to the ruins in the mountains had they began destroying statues and stuffing them into boxes like people possessed. I could not stop them alone, so I went back to town to get help. I never imagined I'd find nothing but dazed stares and mad ramblings all around. It was like nothing. It was like everyone had fallen under some hypnotic spell. The Daydream Club has researched hypnosis before, but something like this is far beyond our capabilities. My hypothesis is that something abnormal has occurred with the runes, according to the records. So something happened in the runes that made people like this. And it's been happening for a while because we saw that mail was not picked up for a while. Actually, why are we the only ones not affected? Interesting, most interesting. Perhaps we can find a solution to the runes? Yeah. Why don't you wait here, Esse? We'll leave adventuring to us. If you come, you might turn into a golem. Isn't that your cat, Esse? It's so cute. That cat knows something. That cat's up to something. Beautiful cat, though. No, though a fellow who studied in hypnotism would say, they are creatures with keen senses. I agree. How odd that a collar pendant. I swear I've seen that accessory before. It ran off. Anyway, ignoring the cat question for now, we should still go into the ruins first and have us look. Say, Esther, how can we get there? The ruins, the mountains behind this town, just so happens to be the exact direction the cat ran off in. Then it's time we set off. Things are pretty murky right now. Take extra care. So that cat heard us and was like, okay, I'll take you there. That's pretty cute. Alright, we'll be back. Don't you worry. So, there's a story about this guy here, Este, that he brought... Oh my god, the music's so beautiful. That he brought this like evil here. He brought in the Dark Lord and the golems and all this stuff, right? Is that what they're saying? But that's what the guys said over there. That, like, yeah. And then what we're also learning is that there's a... And it's like, you understand that it is kind of like mighty confusing, but again, like I said, it's a good thing that it's confusing because there's stuff we understand, there's stuff we don't understand. There's a Dark Lord, from the perspective of what they call the barbarians, there's a Dark Lord called Remus. From the perspective of like other people here, these people who have the red thing around their head, the Dark Lord is the Imperator. Sebastos, or whatever. So it's about perception. It's about the idea of like what is different between the two, I suppose. I want to meet these like so-called barbarians though, because usually when you're calling someone a barbarian or using a reference as the word slave, it generally means that like I'm not like obviously like I'll always like try to like see everything from oh wow. But like usually like you're not the nicest person if you're calling someone that, you know? Just generally, you're not the nicest person. Defeat the revived statue. It woke up all the way there. That's so look at that. Hello. How are you? So freaking cool. Look at this.
You're dead.
Yeah, we're bound to get smacked if we're just hanging around here. It's bound to happen. I'm just trying to take a look at it. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna get smacked a lot more. But I just want to take a look at, like, yeah, it's really cool. Really cool stuff.
Gears of the storm. Squall and fury. You dare to gaze upon me?
Really cool stuff. Not bad. You're not bad. Oh, it's a cat. It's a talking cat, just like on Inazuma, just like on the island.
Not bad, not bad. Your valor would not know shame, even should it stand in the company of the Marashus hunters of old.
Oh my god, it's a talking animal. It's beautiful. We saw really strange things on our journey, even a glowing talking cat. Paimon supposes it still makes the rare list. We've talked to a talking cat before on Inazuma, on the island of Light. I'm blanking on the name.
One such as I shall not dwell on being called a strange thing.
I love this.
O chosen champions, Wanderer Paimon, the time has come for true heroes, such as ye, to step forth. Come with me onto the ancient kingdom.
The deep seas. We must still the chaotic symphony if we were to save the lost souls. Is this the part of the world building too? Could it be like one of Ye Publishing House's novels, the ones with the he was our companion in the last life, but he only inherited the memories kind of plot? Can I say this, Paimon? I think there's a time where where both of us are probably gonna have to start taking this seriously. There's something going on here for sure. Speaking of, just who are you?
Must I start from the beginning? Very well. Oinus of Ornopolis is my name, a spirit keeper of the ancient realm.
Aura, what is the one now? What a tongue twister. I'm just gonna call you Osse for sure. Okay, Paimon. That's close enough, right? What do you think?
Meow meow.
Meow meow. Right back at them. It's such a beautiful cat.
It appears that I cannot command this body as I wish, to the extent that the bestial behaviors may be overbear me from time to time. If, from the beginning, I could only have... As two of you can see, the boundaries between the past and the present have begun to blur, thanks to the influence of the chaotic symphony. It is for this reason that I too have awoken. For now, the affected area is yet small.
So there's this symphony that has been created, but now that's why people are talking, like, maybe that's why people in the town are so weird, because they're in their mind, they're like in the past.
The inhabitants of Petrichor have had their souls taken away. They exist in that maddened, dreamlike state because the symphony has temporarily granted them identities and memories to fill the void left behind.
What? So they've given them like temporary memories? Sorry guys, I had to like reload there, but like, yeah, like thank God it goes into the same freaking thing. Like I love the way it does that. It's just, like it never like skips the text. It's so freaking awesome. I just had to, I'm back later. That's what I have to say. As this is the vessel filled with pure water, had its contents replaced with wanderer's wine. An apt description, considering that those memories of ancient history were gifted by the symphony. So we're comparing it to the idea of like a vessel filled with pure water had its contents replaced with pure wine. So like they were filled with water and it was replaced with wine. Let Paimon think. So you're saying that the townspeople of Petrichor had their souls stolen and their bodies have been possessed. That sounds super scary. So it's like they've literally been given temporary like personalities and minds and memories. That's insane. You said that the affected area isn't very large yet.
That is correct, Wanderer, of course. Eventually, even the court of Fontaine will be consumed, and the chosen hero cannot restore the harmony
to the chaotic melody. Oh no. No choice but to take a look. Yeah.
Alright then, Osse, lead the way. Thank you so much. The road to the ancient realm lies beneath this spring. You see before you. I have caused the seal on the hidden path to manifest. Next, I shall activate the device that maintains the seal.
Oh my god, oh my god! This is such a cool story. This is such a cool story.
There we go. Now then, help me retrieve the harp strings. That should be able to break the seal and open the way.
The idea that that is a song. Look how beautiful that is as well. A song changed. Now let's go into the fading castellanum of gold. A song changed. A song took people's souls, but replaced them with like temporary memories. And that's why everyone down there is acting so weird. A faded golden castle. And let's mention something about the legend of the faded castle too. Aren't we talking about these runes? Oh my god.
And these were scraps on the surface. The true castle lies deeper underwater.
You should know much more than the cats in town, huh, Zoe?
You compare me to cats in town? Follow closely and try not to get lost then.
Well, we just jumped down. Can cats swim? It was in a bubble. This is so freaking cool. This is legitimately like one of the most intriguing world quests. And that says a lot because the world quests are always like, I always talk about how like world quests, like I even talked about it during the last story quest we did. How like world quests like jump right into the story. And I feel like just because they are very long. Oh my god, look at the statue. It's like mid-fight. But there's one broken statue on the ground here as well. Very interesting. And all these statues here as well. They are, like, look at this. Like, they're, like, pointing directly in our direction as well. So, the golem climbed up from this direction. Is it too late to swim back now? Yeah, it is scary. It's so scary. All these statues, but they're so, like, amazing as well. Yeah. Is there a castle here? The underwater faded castle. Oh my god, I can't wait to see what this looks like. I can't wait to see what this looks like. Maybe it's just gonna be like another like underwater institute type thing. Probably didn't think it'd be such a huge space down below. Guess you're doing your stuff, Osse.
This is but the tip of the iceberg. Once an entire nation on the land upon which it was built sank beneath the waves. And mission to prevent that which has sunk from resurfacing. So I believe. And just like that, you're suddenly a lot less reliable. Really wish I had a reliable guide. So, excuse me, sorry, so sorry.
So yeah, it sank beneath the waves, kind of like a Atlantis or some kind of thing. Well, I guess Atlantis is more just, yeah, you know what I mean. It's kind of like an underwater city, I suppose. Proof, and just like that, you're suddenly less reliable. So both of these are not very nice. But...
Well, what am I but a cat that knows an inkling more than those in town,
Yeah, you've been very useful so far. Thank you so much.
Anyway, we are the sole arbiters of whether the souls of the townsfolk can safely return to their bodies or not. So eyes up now. The faded castle is just through that great gate. Let us continue onward.
It does have the energy like of like a Oh my god. Wait. They're just like disappearing? Osse is very fast. Whoa. Whoa, are they floating books? What the hell? What do you mean these trifling things? These are floating books. Okay. And they're just letting us pass by and they gave us a book as well? Holy hell, this is amazing. This is amazing. Look at Osse. Well, Paimon bets a lot of people can live in a huge castle like this.
But of course, and not just people either.
Hey, there you go again saying creepy stuff with just a straight face. Yeah, it is kind of creepy.
Oh, fret not. Surely you such yourself would dispatch any hidden ghosts or phantoms without breaking a sweat.
And what is this? What an exquisite box. Seems like a music box of some kind. Still, it doesn't seem to fit too well with this in the surroundings.
Good eye. That is indeed a music box. But just as I have knowledge beyond ordinary cats, the music box's functions beyond most others.
My, I didn't think you'd be so catty. Jesus Christ. That's actually funny. But we're gonna say, what can it speak to? Is also funny.
That did not cross my mind. Regrettably, it does not have such a function, for now at least. You are so cute. You're so cute. Anyway, even those who lack a musical knowledge can freely operate the power of this symphony using this box. We will have use of it later, I'm sure.
Isn't it because the symphony has gone all wacky that all the townsfolk turned into whatever they are now? So what if Wander presses the wrong button or something? The symphony here may also become chaotic. What sort of clumsy claw do you take me for, Paimon? And become the source of all sin. What sins? You okay over there, Wander?
Peace now. You need not be so fretful. The symphony is mighty beautiful and glorious one, an existence that shrouded golden ideals. That it sows chaos upon the surface is a mere mishap of misalignment, the result of evildoers misusing great glorious power. But where it wanders, surely would have wielded the power correctly.
So saying that, again, there's this thing in Genshin where, like, if it's in good hands, something in good hands, like, it can be very good. A perfect example of this is, like, the Holy Sword, right? The Holy Sword in the wrong hands, you know, will be used for the wrong function. That's quite a lot of trust you're putting in us.
It might be more accurate to say that I have no other option. I'm a mere cat at present. After all, should I wish to make use of the music box myself, it might prove somewhat difficult. We have spoken this much. Now to put things to test, remember the strings we got from the harp and the runes? Those were in truth the scores of which the symphony was recorded. As long as you place the scores into the music box, the box shall play its tune all on its own.
Okay. This is pretty cool. So we're going to hear the tune. What? It is said that the first terrestrial creatures emerged from the warm oceans. The lands were fertile, producing all in abundance. The gifts bestowed by fate were so ample that it seems as if the land itself had been specifically prepared for them. A moving melody accompanies the swift. This is beautiful. A ship as it cuts through the azure waves. The owliner gently plucks the harp strings, telling his companion, from here at the end of the sea, all I give to thee, until that day comes. Wait. Am I moving? No. It's just playing the song. Music boxes in general are really, really pretty. And this might be an option that we get to return ourselves, but I'm just kind of enamored by this. Very much so. Yeah. Super, super pretty. Is that what we have to do?
Oh, that's a pretty happy tune. Paimon's feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. It seems this box still functions. Well now, are we not safe?
Wait, so you weren't even sure if it would work or not?
Not completely. One cannot judge a box by its cover. Do you not concur?
I mean, you know, makes sense. I'm against the feeling that you're not talking about the box at all, but never mind that. What should we do now?
The Cardic Symphony must be here. If we can locate it, we can retrieve the souls that must have been taken from the townsfolk.
Then let's have a look around for starters.
A reasonable judgment. If memory serves, this castle has many great strange rooms. Perhaps they are worth investigating first. Also, the castle central hall plays a host of mysterious stage, though there's no more plays shall ever be performed there. It is once an entrance to a place deeper underwater, where the power of the symphony yet lingers. We must go and check for any further anomalies there.
Deeper still?
Indeed, I wonder what awaits us there.
Hey, now's the time to leave us hanging, Osse. You're surprisingly a petty one, huh?
Still, before the riddle may be solved, we must find the clues that await us in the castle. Come, let us away.
So they're like, hey, like, you know, we gotta figure this out. Like, don't judge everything by its cover. The United Symphony seems to have been now destroyed from a now destroyed civilization. You can use this power to unleash 2 types of sound waves. Use the power of the symphony to resonate with the entities that react to the power of music. The entities? Press to activate this pause sound wave, and cause specific objects in the area to stop moving. Continue to hold the activate to play sound wave, which will cause specific objects in the area to start moving or reactivate. What? A special musical note float above objects that can be influenced by power of the symphony. When they resonate with specific sound waves, the notes above them will also change. Not all objects can be influenced by music. Okay.
You think I've got a sharp tongue?
Yeah.
I just tell it like
You do.
it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
So do we have to equip the music box then? Probably. Let's see. Here, right? It would be usually here. There it is. There it is. Just constantly reminded we get so much cool stuff all the time. No, it'd be here, wouldn't it? It'd be here. No? Maybe it just activates normally? Yeah, it does. It does. I see it there now. Sorry. So what about these books? You will sometimes find special books used to store grimoires in this castle. Find the grimoires you find in the castle and bring them back to the shelves to activate the music power within. Use the power of the symphony to resonate with the activated bookshelves. Hold to unleash to play sound wave. That will cause the grimoires to fly off the shelves. What? Okay. Not quite sure about that one though. Oh, yeah, we should probably use our wishes now so we're not thinking about it as we go forward, right? Which we only have like one wish anyway. Oh! Okay.
I am Citlali, from the Masters of the Nightwind. I have read the stars and seen the future through the obscuring smoke. You shall be blessed with good fortune and have the aid of powerful allies during your journey. Allow me to join you.
That's nuts.
Hey, I can be serious, but stop looking at me like that.
Oh, so she's not actually that serious. No, I just said she's like an amazingly cool character, like a cool design character. We have Citlali now on our team. Let's take her out just for a second here. That is crazy. I was just like, oh, let's use this one wish. Let's see what we can do with this one wish. Where is she now?
Leave me alone.
Oh my god, she's...
Never mind. Let's go.
Oh my god, I actually already am in love with her personality. Yeah, great color palette, great design, great outfit. So her moves obviously are like, you know, they're... oh wow. She does it while
Look at that. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Watch this.
Sits on this, rests on that. What's the third one? Throws the actual teddy bear. It's this, that. What's the fourth one? So it's only three. It's three. Okay. And then this move is... What is that? Oh, sorry. That's, yeah. I was like, what the hell? Are you a shielder? Oh my dear lord. We might keep her on the team just for a second to see what her move is. That looks beautiful. Freaking awesome, man. Like, I didn't expect that. I was just like, oh, we'll just use it now. Because, you know, like, we don't want to think about it later on. You know what I mean? Meow, meow. Pet him. Wait, what? Here? No? The back? No? Here? Do you like the arms? The cheeks? They don't like any of that stuff. Okay. Fair enough. This is beautiful. And now we have a new 5-star. Like, this is gonna be a magical day. How do we... Oh, like that we hold it, yes. Very cool.
Unnecessary.
That was so neat. The music. So pretty. What a day, guys. What a day. This is like my type of quest, and you guys know that as well. I've always been very much like a, I've always been a very big, like, oh, I love mystical, magical stories. Oh, there's gonna be a viewpoint there. So what's this book want? Is it, look, it's here. Bah! Where are we going? Over here? Oh, waypoint, great. Is it over here we need to go? Whoa. We're even supposed to... What the hell? No, 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 no. Feels like it's following us outside all this time. How weird. You've witnessed so little of this world to find such things strange, and we're not. Are we not underwater? Isn't already see all manner of fish about? But that's a scary one. The big guy looks anything but ordinary, and this voice I've heard it before. You mean from the dream you had before?
This part of the sea outside is like a castle and it belongs to the past. It is something that we should have been forgotten. If one seasonably calls out to a monster that has been blotted from memory, they might yet jump out and cause trouble. It is wise to be cautious. It is for the best that we simply treat it as an ordinary fish. You make everything sound so scary, Osse. Are you trying to creep us out or something? I simply mean to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, our top priority is to retrieve the surface dwellers' souls, no?
This is such a beautiful space as well.
It just happens that a blank score before us. We need to use the music box to tune to autophoric reed pipes on either side, and we can obtain it. Give it a go.
So, okay. They said they were talking about there, and it's better to just talk about it as if it's normal fish, to not bring attention to the idea that it's giant, scary monster fish. That was terrifying. As you hold and unleash the sound waves, the sound world will keep sliding. Release it to cause a point specific note that will allow you to change the time tuning. Okay. We'll try our best. I'm just thinking that we got a 5-star this episode. We're doing pretty good. Okay, so we have... So that's... Oh, we need to change... I know, I understand. It's so simple. The music's so freaking good in this game. It's not funny. Not even funny. It's so good. And we have another note. Look at that thing. It's just there. That is so scary. And you expect me just to be like, oh, it's a big, just normal fish. That looks like it's going to break in any second.
Take it and have fun.
That is... Osse, that is the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Osse, that is terrifying. That means melody can be written upon it. We'll be able to make use of it so we can write our own melody, maybe? Oh my god, it's much better about that. That thing is so scary. Oh, 3. I already completely understand everything. Humanity has no need, nor they should, control any knowledge beyond their abilities in any way. I agree. It is not people who pursue knowledge, but knowledge that pursues people. Whoa. I have an idea. It's one I never mentioned to the Golden Hunter before he left. Why not rebuild the long-abandoned town of Petrichor? We can attract refugees to live there and spread their versions of legend. This way we can actively protect the rebuild seals and secrets of this place forever. So he's saying that, like, if he can, like... maybe that's what they're talking about, building the walls around this place. The idea that they don't have to, like...
Too slow.
That's so freaky. That they can, like, protect something here? Protect the knowledge that is here? I suppose. Look at this idle animation. Your Honor. I've made this joke before, but Your Honor. My client may be drunk, but isn't she a cutie? I don't know. I think it's a great design. I think it's fantastic. Okay, let's keep going. This is a crazy, terrifying story so far. I'm not saying that it's like, you know, that it's like that. And of course, it's scary because obviously we're dealing with more stuff. That again, like the idea of like the pursuit of knowledge. That, you know, that guy just said it there. Like Remuria, I think his name was. The idea of like pursuing knowledge that is like beyond you. Then the knowledge starts pursuing you. We've seen that so many times. What knowledge can do to people. The idea of forbidden knowledge. We saw this recently in the quest with Sino. What they were trying to, there was protection against what the Temple of Silence was trying to do. Protect people from like this knowledge. That people just couldn't freaking comprehend the idea that like they're not supposed to see something. Oh my freaking god. Another stunning area here as well. And there's another organ down there too. It's down there we're going, but I want to check up here as well. Get back on the shelf, you books. Get back on the shelf. No one's reading now. We're not letting anyone read. We're not letting anyone read right now. I'm guessing we're gonna have to fight these statues as well, I'm guessing. Is this the stage you spoke of earlier, Osse? And her Paimon's eyes deceiving her as the mural on top moving? It's kind of spooky. I think it's beautiful. I think it's stunning. That terrifying power couldn't be escaping from here, could it, Osse? Hey, Osse, are you spacing out? Paimon's so cute.
Meow. Apologies. I was distracted for a moment.
Did you once perform on the stage? Is that what you're feeling nostalgic or something like that? Perhaps you were an audience member? Did you play a cat? That seems unlikely.
I might have or I might not. It was all in the past either way. Utterly irrelevant. What matters now is the scent of discord I smell in the air, as though some presence has once made me uneasy, once visited this place.
So a presence that wasn't supposed to be here was here.
I fear that specifics may only be ascertained once we perform the score here.
There's one here too. Paimon didn't notice.
Well, you may have seen scores shaped like strings, but you've not seen those shaped like murals, ones such as before you.
So these pictures are moving. So the pictures are moving because it's actually a score.
Yes. Did we not find a blank score before it's time now to perform it? Please do the honors.
Sure thing. Absolute sure thing. This is so freaking neat. This is so neat. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. Not only do we have some hardy skin, but in our veins flows the same divine essence. We share the same wisdom, the same will. Oh, someone's coming out of the murals. Is the person from before? Or at least one of the people? It has been too long, dear friend. How many years since that day? 500? Thousands? Still, time matters not to us all. You may be in this small body now, but I recognize you in an instant. So this cat is from Remuria as well? Are you tired of battle and have decided to take up rat catching as a new hobby?
It's you.
And what is he exactly? A monster, a ghost, or could it be the real Dark Lord? It is a mask, but they still have this pale skin. Dark Lord, pah. Barbarian remain barbarians. I see. Ignorant even of their own ignorance. Boethius, I am... They mentioned them before. I am a foremost harmos of Phobos. You need not introduce yourselves. I have no interest in titles peddled by primitives. Oh my god. You know this rude fellow, Osse?
I do not deny it, but... Need you be so formal, Cassiodor?
Cassiodor. Cassiodor. Do our years of service under Sebastian, our god, our king, matter so little to you? Cassiodor sounds familiar. It might just be like a really cool name that you'd think that you remember, I suppose. But like that could be like, again, like there's stuff that I would definitely forget sometimes, right? There's definitely stuff like that, but that's such a cool name anyway. So they both served under Sebastios. Interesting. Very interesting.
The past that passed, I do not know how you, whose soul... I do not know how you, whose soul has been long shattered, have manifested, but it seems that the chaotic symphony is your doing and none other.
So he's the one doing it then.
Cease! Return the souls who live in the present and go back to the shadow, beneath the deep waters to where you belong. This is my final warning to you.
And what then? Will you continue wearing your mask of hypocrisy, traitor? Will you shut your eyes and ears from another millennium? You have noticed, haven't you? Why my melody would break its bonds at this time and affect the present? Why my strength has given me the might to open the gate to the deep waters, allowing me to manifest? There it is again, the big organ. The power of the sea surges, Cassiodor. The return of Phobos is imminent.
Phobos?
Yes, indeed. Over these 1,000 years, I have already bound my soul to the shattered Phobos. The omniscient... Calvin's having a hard time pronouncing it. The great power is about to finally descend once again, and this is not the wish that we once failed to accomplish. So they were trying to make Phobos descend on the earth, but they didn't accomplish that?
To repeat the past is to give ancient tragedy an encore. Nor have I ever wanted to sacrifice innocent lives.
So they're saying Osse is saying, hey, like doing this again would literally just bring on the same tragedies that we've seen before. Is that so? Well, nothing that matters, Cassiodor. The world you have defended is coming apart at the seams.
The people of the bygone times you see before you shall return to the rightful place. Fontaine's existence is a mistake. At least some aspects of it are a sin. One we shall correct. When the ocean swallowed, Remuria shall rise above the sea once again, and its light shall shine over the land.
Is this because of the primordial sea?
Do even barbarians know of his existence nowadays? Oh, so I'm a barbarian now. So I'm guessing anyone who goes against them is a barbarian. That's what they mean. Anyone who doesn't understand this or doesn't follow the teachings maybe of Phobos.
You are mistaken, one. You should have assimilated this new nation of thousands years ago, but it's you who warped them into puppets of ancient hate. Whether that Phobos matter is true or false, as long as my will is not dissipated, your schemes will not succeed.
Do you mean to say that we could abandon our honor as Remurians and degenerate into mere base insects? How could I ever allow my kin to return to those bags of decaying flesh and become slaves to Fortuna once more?
So again, the idea of Fortuna, fate, the god of fortune.
It seems that a millennia have not led you to accept Remuria's downfall. If anything, you have grown more opposite and still.
So what's happening here is Osse has accepted that Remuria has fallen and accepted that the decisions of the past have probably led to this. And Osse is like, I'm perfectly fine going to Fontaine and living with the Fontanians, while the other side, they're saying, no. We're better than everyone. We will rise once again. Once the waters have risen, we will be the ones that will be looking down on everyone once again.
Perhaps it is our stubbornness alone that we are quite similar. I thought that the long years would have rendered you willing to once more stand by our side. You betrayed the tribe that birthed you, and you betrayed Remuria. You've become the Golden Hunter, but you cannot remove the brand of the Sebastos that marks you still. You will always be a Remurian.
The idea of like the golden color once again, right? The idea of a golden hunter, like that was like coming up a lot. And like obviously I phrased it as us, right? We were like golden, like we were the golden color and all this stuff. But I do wonder if like this is like another aspect that was like related to the past quests we've done as well, like the gold color.
Remurians have long ceased to exist, save in your delusions. The world of old has passed away.
Of course. Or so it was meant to be. But now the border between the past and the present has faded. If you insist on becoming the enemy of our ancient realm and sealing me once more in a cage buried beneath the waves, then those Fontanians you wish to protect, yes, all of Petrichor, shall be buried as one.
No way, I won't let that happen.
That is not up to you, insolent savage. Okay, you're dead. When attack time comes, your lowly flesh will be rendered as dust, but your souls will join with ours. And take the next step of evolution. Wait a second.
Not just for the cough. First of all, everyone who disagrees with them is a savage. That's what they're saying. And they're saying when a time comes, like, you're rendered as dust, but your soul will be joined as ours. So they're saying we're going to join with their souls and like become one. But they also said that the past and the present, we know the past and the present is, the line has been kind of broken. We saw that in the village. But they're saying because the past is like joining with the present, they can have a second chance at this stuff.
We shall bestow upon you eternal resilient bodies that you may never again suffer mortal pain. Should you have words of gratitude, I will hear them. Why, thank you so very much. I know we're making fun of him, but I'm just going to say you got to be kidding me. Yeah, you insulted Paimon. This is a vendetta now.
That's not something we'd be thankful for at all. Just like those puppets who danced as you performed, those pitiful slaves and servants, those poor children, everything was stripped from them, and you still speak with such conviction.
All things have their price. Narrow personal opinions are but refuse to be discarded by a higher class being such as I.
Yeah, this higher class being stuff. It's such a cool design that I wished like he was much nicer, you know what I mean? It's such a cool design.
Besides, as I see it, their ideal form of humanity, adhering unerringly to a perfect order.
You're absolutely nuts, and despicable too.
Despicable? What would you call Cassiodor? What would you call what Cassiodor did to us 1,000 years ago then? By comparison, this is nothing. What did you do, Cassiodor? But patience. We should have a good long talk, but not here. No, we should speak beneath the deep waters, in the deepest bowels of our ancient realm, where everything began. The realm awakens, Cassiodor. You're the sole survivor of our falling realm, The soul Lemurian left for free will, and you have left us for far too long. You must return to us and listen to the lamentation of anger of the long years. Perhaps then you'll be more receptive to my symphony and in the arrangement of Phobos. I will await you in the royal city of Remuria, in Domus Aurea, with Sebastios plied his melody. I will, of course, extend the appropriate hospitality to these souls from the present before your arrival. Should you still remain resolute when the time comes, their souls shall naturally receive their release. And as for you, you are not part of Phobos' plans, and yet the great symphony shall in no wise cast out any audience. Do enjoy the passing prelude I have prepared for you. If fortune proves favorable, we shall meet again.
So cool. Like such a just this is the melody you've prepared for me? By the way, just a very interesting to me conversation at the very least, right? Like it's clear that Cassiodor, are you a shielder too? It's clear that Cassiodor has done something, right? There's there's clearly I'm not trying to there's a little rating there on Cassiodor.
Get to work.
I'm not saying that trying to blame Cassiodor for anything, but there's something from their side where they're Cassiodor has done something, right? I'm sorry I'm trying to build up Citlali's big move just to see what it's like. They also talked about the idea of that the people have been suffering, and almost Osse is the only one left. Osse is the only one left of all of the Remurians who have a soul left, so he's clearly gone. He's not around anymore. Right, is that the proper way to look at it? That he is no longer a part of this world. Okay, we have it. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. Oh my god, that is so cool. That's so cute. But yeah, that the only thing they have left really is this hope that maybe they have on that they're gonna revive Phobos and bring the power of Phobos back, while on the other side Osse's we failed at this before. We didn't do well on this before. You're doomed to repeat the past mistakes that we already made. And he's saying hey, these souls that I have with me, by the way, I probably have it turned up very loud right now, just because I was listening to some of the tracks. Yeah, Citlali has such a cool move. It's kind of nuts how powerful, just legitimately powerful my, and I'm not trying to, it's just literally because I had helped building him as well, by the way, and I didn't even make up this team as well. The team I had with Benny's usually on the team as well. I remember it was a commenter who made up that freaking team. It wasn't even me. They were just oh, I suggest this team, and I was like, okay, cool. You know what I mean? It was I don't know why I flew with ended ability. That's very bad. So I never take credit for stuff being very good, you know. Even when it comes to artifacts and stuff like that, 100% I will ask patrons yo, hey, what do you think I should do for this character? And they will give me a few pointers and some stuff like that, which is really cool. Yeah, we'll put Benny back on the team now as well, just because that's usually the usual team. And we're not freezing these boys anyway. You dare to gaze upon me? Very cool sequence, all of it.
Well, that shut him up. What do we do now, though? If you want to save the souls of the townspeople, we're going to have to head to the Domus. Area of whatever that super rude dude Arrogant I was talking about, right? As you might recall, we weren't invited. Since when have we ever needed invitations to crash some bad guy's party? Alright, but from what he said, he seems to have known Osse for a long time. Said they worked together in the Sebastios or whatever. We need to have a good talk before we go. Cassiodor, yes, Cassiodor. If you have anything you'd like to ask me, then I shall tell you all I know. Tell us about Remuria, yes, thank you. That's where you and the rude fellow are from, right, Osse? We've heard the name before. Seems to be an ancient nation, yeah. That's true. We heard Remuria from back at the Fortress of Mirapede. Apparently it was ruled by a god named Remus. The story said Remus rode a big ship around and conquered all of Fontaine, but that's as much as Paimon knows. Very well. The story before the court of Fontaine, as you know, it was born.
Sebastius Remus founded a nation above the high sea that is Fontaine, and the ancestors of the present-day Fontanians named him the Dark Lord Remus in their terror. Before it sank, the body of water was a grate of the Fontaine Lake, and the location where the capital of Remuria was sited as such. These waters have the same properties as those of Fontaine. Wait, so before it sank, this body of water was known as was part of the Great Fontaine Lake, and the location where the capital of Remuria was sited. So as such, these waters have the same properties as those of Fontaine. Okay. Wait, so we're actually in the ruins of Remuria right now? Very interesting, yeah. Indeed, but where the tale differs from commonly told history is, the people of Remuria were not ordinary humans like the Fontanians. Rather, they were a new race. Their bodies were cast of stone, so it is stone, and ichors of blood. With ichor for blood? So ichor. Ichor? Ichor. What's ichor? What would ichor be? Maybe I'm just very dumb and I just don't know it. But you know, like we said, we don't know everything. Ichor is. It's another mythology thing. It's a fluid that like the gods have. So they have the fluid of gods? The Sebastians gave us such bodies in hope that we could escape our prison, rotten flesh, and fate. His great vision was that we should all grasp the power of the symphony and thereby escape the shackles of Fortuna, becoming the masters of our own destiny. So those stone statues on the way here, they were your kin? So they're not even just golems, they're people. I fear they have long lost their free will, so they're people without free will. However, becoming mindless slaves, worse off by far than humans of old, easily perishable though they are. Well, in that case, why are you a cat? I'm a cat for now, and one's will and soul are more important than one's body. Are they not? Regardless, it was Sebastios who gave me new life. We once possessed all the high sea, countless cities and palaces, flowers, flowing wine, and yet fate found us all the same. After returning from the deepest depths of the sea, the Sebastios used ichor to create imperishable bodies for the people, and still, the prophesied future did not change. Our king believed that it was because human souls could not escape the gravity of fate that he wrote this symphony, a music that could weave destiny. So he's tried, this is all to defy the idea of fate, to go against fate. Which, like, is a big thing in this game. And Fontaine is big on the idea of fate as well. But once again, we are here as well as an outsider. Someone who is an unknown variable. Oh my god, the dude even said that to us. You are not a part of this story, but we wouldn't turn you away. He believed that through this, he had found a way to resist fate, but instead the path that is into utter darkness step by step. And in the end, the entire kingdom sank beneath the waves, as though it had been smote by divine judgment. So the gods punished them. Just as they would try to punish Fontaine. Just as the Celestia would punish Fontaine, or tried to punish Fontaine. No. I fear that even he did not foresee such an outcome, though all the same, that is what happened. And that's what you don't want to repeat. You're just going to see a repeat of this. If anyone likes to ask me this time, I shall tell you all I know. Sure. Tell us about your impudent friend. Yeah. Right, he called you Cassiodor or something, right? But aren't you called Oran or something? Just as I've traversed many bodies, I've had many names, of course. This is all thanks to Sebastios, who separated my soul from the grand symphony. A convenient ability indeed. You were planning on puppeting one of us at some point, weren't you? Wait, what? Oh, you weren't planning. Meow, meow, meow. Whoa, who would have thought such a cute little cat would consider doing something so horrible? Hey, wait a sec. That means that you aren't a cutie kidney in the first place. Well, be that as may, Wonder, you are used to playing the courageous savior, are you not? Yeah. I too played the role. I know well, albeit in unfamiliar form. But back to Boethius. He was not always evil. He was once a noble harmist of Remuria, and the sole survivor following the great catastrophe that befell. The original purpose of the Golden Castellum was to unify our surviving kin and prevent the catastrophe of the rising waters from ever occurring again. But evidently, Boethius had his own designs. While I and my companions ranged across the land, struggling mightily to contain the power of the primordial waters, he used his eloquent tongue to sway those who remained. Oh no. He initiated a fell ritual that aimed to restore the shattered symphony and revive the ruined realm. To this end, he did not hesitate to dissolve the will of our king and plunder the souls of Fontanians everywhere. Many rulers and those became his pawns, and polities, newly born, lay on the brink of destruction. To stop him, who had by now clearly become a monster, I could only forsake my name and become one who hunts phantoms, resisting him alongside the Fontanian. So he's a phantom hunter? A golden hunter? Bitter was the conflict before we were last able to seal him and the seed that had devoured our nation. And that is why he names you a traitor, yeah, because you went against him. I followed Sebastian precisely because he had shown me that golden dream, a land where prejudice and difference were no more, a land of justice and freedom. But that was what it had become after Remuria sank, no more than a dream. I'd rather be called a traitor than let Boethius trample our lands. I trample our ideals. I see where you come from. I swore upon fate that I would serve as the barrier between past and present. Thus did I become the spirit keeper of our ancient land. Guess Mr. Impolite's a pretty stubborn guy, huh? Even after beaten up and sealed, he still took a break to break out and cause trouble, yet very determined is a very good way of putting it. I thought that even if evil lingered in him, his soul had long been broken, and he would remain naught but with discordant notes, a symphony plunged into strife. I never thought that he would weave his shattered self into a symphony, and thus gain mastery over it. The discord and dissonance that now emanate from these waters can be regarded as an extension of power. If we are to defeat him, I feel we must await the moment when all soul fragments have gathered around the born body. Wait, so he's saying he put himself into the symphony, and now he is master. Okay, and now we have to wait for all the souls to be around one body. If anything you want to ask me now, yeah, this is so interesting to me. Frickin' hell! Let's hear about the symphony and Phobos. Where should I even begin? The symphony is a human memory and a persona woven into a melody through musical notation, creating a song in which human souls can dwell and have their wishes fulfilled. In that way, to master symphony is to master fate. This is the secret that the great golden bee Sibylla, the prophet who survived the previous cycle, imparted. Sebastos, who created the symphony, poured these melodies into the insoluble ichor in hopes that it might control their own fates through playing that music. He overestimated us, I fear, for his deeds terrified us. The people could not bear the burden of fate, and they begged their god and superiors for guidance. At the request of the people, Sebastos wrote all the melodies into the grandest melodies. The new symphony would bring us all the greatest of happiness, and its name was Phobos. So the Phobos is the symphony itself. But it did not bring what was promised. Indeed, you saw how it all ended, didn't you? Had the Sebastos plan worked, the symphony would have woven a melody of utmost gentleness for us all, an eternity that would last 1,000 years and beyond, but something went wrong. Besides the Sebastos himself, only his said superiors and the Harmos could have changed Phobos' melody. And Boethius was once an excellent Harmost. If anything you'd like to ask me. The Phobos is the symphony. The symphony is supposed to defy fate and give everyone their own like passage, but they kind of like were like, they couldn't even handle that because like eventually they tried to ask the gods for guidance as well, right? This is nuts. This is a lot. At least that's what I'm getting at this, right? Sebastos, who created symphony, okay, no, he overestimated us. So what he's saying is that he thought that they could do it themselves, or that they overestimated him. That they could master their own fate, but he had to like step in. Okay. This is pretty nuts. And the dreamscape? You tell the dreamscape you saw before. Ah yes, so indeed the memories left by whom I serve, the Sebastos, the god, King Remus. Though I do not understand how you're able to see the wonder. But I do not think you need to worry. If the chaotic symphony was enough to control you, it would have done so long ago on the surface. But that has not happened, yes? Speaking of which, why isn't Ested affected? Is he just especially gifted? I'd assume idea, but it might be best to wait for the right time to speak of that. Here we go again with the cliffhangers. Just don't forget to tell us, alright? In any case, since you have seen the things wanted, that means the sum of the fragments, Sebastian's will, and the memory remains in the underwater symphony. Long millennia have I searched, and if you could touch some more of these memories, perhaps I may find the answers that I have sought all this time. The great waves cannot hurt a god, even should the crest escape the very skies. And yet the Sebastos disappeared without a trace when our nation fell into the depths. So he's saying like Sebastos left, even though the waves couldn't hurt a god. Because with Farina, for example, Farina wasn't going to be destroyed because she was an Archon. Or that's what the story told. He could not silently goodbye as his nation's people drowned in blood, so where did he go? Or was he passing Remuria's true death knell? If anything you'd like to ask me now, yeah, no, we're fine now for sure. So Remuria is a place where people were made of stone and ichor. This guy was once really freaking cool. Both those was once really, really cool. But the failing of the symphony definitely changed him. And then Osse betrayed him, quote unquote, because he didn't want anything bad to happen again. And he saw him as a traitor then. The idea of the symphony being Phobos itself is a symphony that's supposed to defy fate, that's supposed to bring people like a gentleness and happiness. But it didn't do that. Instead, it caused all this stuff to happen. And Remuria was a place that came before Fontaine and was a civilization that does share the waters with Fontaine. But I guess they defied the gods in this sense as well. And that's why they were like maybe punished also. So about the dreamscape, I saw the dreamscape as well. Like we were talking about that as well. The dreamscape we were talking about as well. Like it's like we have... So Sebastius is still here, but we can't find him is what they're saying. Sebastius is still, the remnants of Sebastius is here, but he can't find him. If I'm getting this wrong, please correct me in this, because the way I'm seeing is Remuria was a place that was an ancient civilization. They failed, they got punished, I guess, by the gods in some way, or at least like the water, like the waters rised and the whole civilization was destroyed, but the remnants of their memories are still left behind. There was a friend, he had a friend who was once very good, but then started doing like this, started doing stuff that could harm the people of Remuria once again, and Osse was like, look, I'm not having this again. In fact, like it's Osse who's being blamed for all this now, but Osse just wants to make sure that none of this happens to the people of Fontaine, which is what would happen. It's going to spread to the people of Fontaine. Phobos is a symphony where the music was supposed to be very nice, was supposed to defy fate, but in the end ended up with all this happening around us. And the dreamscape means that we're still around Sebastos or near Sebastos, but we don't know where he is. I'm glad we have all this, by the way. Like, look at this, because we can look through it again. We might as well, right? So, yeah, let's go. Why not? Yeah, sure, just so we get everything, make sure we have everything. Tells about Remuria. So Remuria is the stories of Remuria stories with ship around Fontaine. Yeah, and the bodies were given to him to escape Fortuna and also to flesh and fate. They're saying, and then they said they had a bunch of different plans, different names, different bodies. Yeah, okay. And as the symphony was to weave destiny, we know that part for sure. Okay, yeah, I like getting this refresher stuff. And then the impudent friend. Yeah, one's very nice. Yeah, unify everybody, but his elegant tongue swayed everybody as well, and then he saw you as a traitor because you had to stop him. Yeah, because his plan lives on the brink of destruction. Okay, let's hear about the symphony in Phobos. We know pretty much about the symphony and what the symphony is, yeah, and then about the yeah. Right. Okay. And then the stuff with the dreams we saw as well is pretty... Okay, that's good. It's nice to get a refresher with all this stuff and like to kind of like get the basic knowledges. I might actually as well, just so we can reread some stuff at the end, I might take some screenshots if you guys think it's a good idea. Just in case like if at the end we're like, oh wait, what did this mean? What did that mean? You know what I mean? And also they're talking as well how we weren't invited as well, which is also like a really interesting thing. I don't care if like it looks like I think this is such a good thing to have this here as well. Now we're not gonna get every piece up, we're gonna get enough of the information here as well. Guess we're heading to the Demes area next. We can meet the rude guy, right? It's gonna be dangerous for sure. I'll continue to guide you. If after all my homeland, though it may not have sunk to the very bottom of the sea, I remember its path still, even after all these millennia. Or so I believe. Just don't let us down when it counts. Cat's out of the bag. Should we encounter difficulties, you may count on me. Don't forget that I am far stronger than an ordinary cat. You know, every time Paimon remembers that you're actually an ancient person from thousands of years ago, it just feels wrong that we're calling you Osse, but your full name is way too long, so... Okay, let's just call you Monsieur Osse then. What do you think? Is it polite enough? A name to me is nothing more than a label. But this represents your acknowledgement, Paimon. I will gladly accept it. That's very sweet. He's like, hey, if you're thinking I'm really cool, cool. I'll call myself that. Let's move out. It wouldn't be too bad to keep your rude friend waiting, but the townspeople can wait for that long. Yeah. So cool. Prisoner in shackles. There's a lot, right? And you guys would agree there is like a whole hell of a lot. Like there is so much. And we do another melody as well, I guess. What? Use the power of the symphony by pressing to unleash the pause sound wave and cause the notes of bubbles to stop moving, all for the brevity to collect them. It's a mini game. That's so freaking cool. Let's go. We have to collect the bubbles. I am in love with this idea. No, no, don't go. No, the performance ain't gonna go as normal. Oh, this is so freaking cool.
My guiding stars.
With the music as well. Please, please. This is so freaking cool. I'm definitely not getting this performance. It's definitely not going good. Yeah, I want to start this again. Can I start this again? Can I start this again? Please let me start it again. That was bad. that was bad. Let's try again. Let's try again. Okay, we need to collect 8 bubbles. That's all. This is so beautiful though, isn't it? Okay, we collected all the bubbles now. Now we need to collect 10.
Not now.
This is so neat. You coming down here? Does that not count as mine? Okay, 4 out of 10. We definitely aren't going to get this again. And then it's gone over there. No, we need 2 more. I think it's over. Yeah. No, I need to do this. This is so interesting to me. I need to do this. There's no doubt about it. I need to do this. What? No, we need to get... These are the easy ones. I wonder if using a bow user would be handy as well. Maybe not. I thought like a bow would work. This is so pretty though. That's why I'm just like so enamored by the idea of even being able to do this. And that pop didn't count as mine. Let's just go for this. I don't think we're getting it again. Please. Allow me. No. Does the bow work? No, it doesn't. Okay, we're effed with that stuff again. No, I need to do this. I need to do this. Please let me start again. Please let me just start again. Please, begin performance. I could do this. Okay, we're doing it this time. We're doing it this time.
Not now.
This is the 8 is fine, right? It's so cool. And then we have a shield on as well, just in case. So it's when it comes down to here. Okay. Please. Please help me. One more. One more. We did it. Okay, but now there's going to be probably another one, right? Yeah, there is. Oh my god, this is so freaking cool. The music as well. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I'm relying too much on the frozen aspect of stuff. Come on, you can do it. This has to be the last one, right? This is so sick. Look at that. I know it's 15. Yeah, I think I'm relying too much on the frozen ability. We're like shining as well. Stunning. Did we do it? We did it. Oh my god. Fantastic.
A little goes a long way.
Absolutely fantastic. Look at that, Citlali. Look what we did. What do you think? Are we going inside this world now? Frickin' hell, that was awesome. That was so cool. So impressed. Monsieur Osse has changed again. That type of stuff is why, like, again, they didn't need to do that. They didn't need to make it so freaking pretty. But they did. Oh no. I'd rather not. Yeah, that's terrifying. But you know what I mean? They don't need to do this stuff. They made this epic set piece that was just absolutely stunning. And I'm supposed to sit here and be like, you know, like, and it seems like it was an option. It wasn't optional. I don't even know. I just did it because, like, of course we had to do it. Like, of course we're gonna do it. Like, why wouldn't we do it? Like, it makes perfect. Oh my god, we're swimming with the whales. Well, that was awesome. And we have Citlali. What a day! This is one of my. This is just a great Genshin day, right? Yo. What the hell? Look at this. The colors, the whale that's tied up over there. This truly is like an ancient civilization, or like an ancient, like not even a civilization, like an ancient like primordial space. Looks like the glowing fish we saw before. There's still weird things hanging around the top nearby. What the heck is going on? Paimon's getting more and more confused. I've heard his voice in a dream before. I can't remember his name anymore though. You might have met Sebastos in Sebastos' dream, did you not? Yes. The fell dragon monster Sebastos. That's who was talking to us? He was subdued and sealed here. Mr. Superroot subdued evil dragon? Paimon didn't even think he could do something that amazing. Well, fell dragon was the name they gave, but it was more than a Vishap that was long. So that's all it was. It was like they just saw it as a dragon. A teen's even stronger than normal. After all, no new Hydra dragon could be born so as long as the mistress of many waters hibernate in the deep seas. Yeah, and we've never seen a Hydra dragon in our lives. And they never cry either. Speaking of which, isn't Nouvelette? Yes, that's right. Nouvelette the Hydra dragon, isn't he? That doesn't mean that this guy is way older than even him, does it? A new dragon in the water's already been born. Then again, it has been a long time since even the former mistress of many waters passed. So much time has passed. In any case, the evil dragon Scylla was once Sebastos' friend, but he revolted at a critical juncture in the showdown between us Remurians and the Fontanians. So he joined the Fontanians? At that time, Scylla was led by the brutal dragonborn of the Machimos, intent on breaching the inner city of Capitolum, where Sebastos resided. Machimos? Yes, please. The people in town were always talking about some Machimos and a bell tower or something. Correct. Machimos is the outer city of the capital, but should the fell dragon wish to enter the city, he must pass through the Inumitun Iani? That is the barrier separating the inner and the outer parts of the capital, and the symphony weaved by the Sebastos and the musicians which covered all of Remuria passed through the Intimantiani and the golden waterways. Boethius and his legions used this fact to shut down the Intimantiani, thus finally sealing the evil dragon. So he couldn't pass through. Something not right about that story? This dreamscape from before, back then. Scylla should have come and seen Remus before. Perhaps Scylla sought to go before. Sorry, I'm just been kind of like so enamored by this story and this beautiful place I've been doing. Look at the set piece. Perhaps Scylla before sought to be before the Sebastos throne, but such an opportunity is now forever lost. Afterwards, the evil dragon sank alongside Remuria, and the Sebastos was too lost remaining. So to this very day. So everything was lost in one big moment. Did you just recall something, Wanderer? It feels a bit muddled. That is true. Only heard tell of events after all transpired, having not been in the capital when the disaster struck. Then none of us knew what had happened to Sebastos. I fear that we can only learn more by proceeding further. The large glowing fish that we saw in the castle must be thought to have escaped from the fissures in Scylla's stony cell. I fear that he's already taken notice of our presence. Having been sealed here for so long, now that he's finally sensed outside us, he will naturally find a way to lure us in. So that's it. Hang on a minute, you said the way to Domus Aurora is through these gates or something, but hasn't Boethius shut them already? Doesn't this mean there's no getting through? This will prove quite tricky, yes. But there's gotta be a limit how rude you can be. What's this with I'll wait for you in Domus Aurora, mahaha? Nonsense, then you won't even leave the door open for us? So they want us to, like, work to get there? Why don't we find some way to break the seal on the evil dragon and get the former foe to beat the... Oh my god, we're gonna get this Vishap to break down the door? No, how can we do such a thing? I mean, after all, that is one of Remuria's nemesis. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend, no? Yeah, true. Look how beautiful this looks. That is right, it's been so long. For all you know, he might decide to turn over a new leaf and be a nice dragon. But he's still a dragon! Come on now, even if he's a dragon, he might be a reasonable kind we can talk with. We've got experience in dealing with dragons, don't we, Wonder? True, actually very true. Well, there was one time in Dvalin. Yeah, he kicked up a storm in Mondstadt while we were under the influence of a curse. We had a big fight because of it too. Those examples weren't very convincing, were they? We always had like some type of conflict, I suppose, even if it was verbal. No, they were all fights. We all had fights with them, yeah. Come on, Osse, no amount of suspicious looks is going to suddenly give us better options. I know you're right. Let's give it a try. The seals that bind the evil dragon seem to be connected to 3 locations. Let us begin by removing the chains. Oh my god, we're going to be freeing a dragon? Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. We're going to be freeing a freaking dragon. Dear Lord. Follow the directions that the chains are going. Oh my god. Like, it's terrifying just because underwater creatures in general terrify me. But like, I still think this place is absolutely stunning. Like, it's gorgeous. Unlock the teleport waypoint if you need it. So let's follow these chains then. And there's another waypoint near this chain too. I'm very happy that we got Citlali, by the way. It's actually like one of my favorite. She has one of my favorite designs. And the personality was not what I was expecting. Apparently she's a little bit more aggressive, but we love someone who's aggressive. We love someone who's a bit angry, Gameplay tutorial. Swaying eels in the coral reef. This sort of eel is hidden in deep coral fragments and is especially sensitive to using melodies. When agitated as such, they provoke their heads out. When all their heads are sticking out, press to unleash Paul's sound wave. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, lure. Oh, causing this all at the same time? Wait. Oh, it's just when they pop at the same time. Okay, fair enough. That's easy. Let's head then through here. Look at even the sparkles on the wall. This is a truly stunning space. Truly stunning. Oh, now we're walking. Okay. my god. Oh, we have, you know what? I would change, but we have Citlali's move, and I want to try Citlali's move again. I want to see it again. Look at this. Bam. That's so freaking fun. That's so fun. Were they fighting each other, or they were aiming for me?
Not now. Have fun with this gift.
They're probably aiming for me, right? We might read Citlali's moves as well. That might be a fun idea as well. Like, we'll do that maybe just at the end of the episode if you guys are up for that. I think it'd be super fun. Nameless golem. Look at that, the way it looks. Like, all these golems have been so freaking cool. Again, like, this is like literally like I really got like so much advice on building this character, on building Wanderer, and building Vaughn. I was gonna say the Wanderer. And I really feel like, you know, like for the most part, like obviously, like I'm not obviously doing like great now because doesn't have a healer and stuff like that. But like once we have Benny on the team, I really feel like it's like near unstoppable sometimes. And like that's not, again, like you guys know, that's not me being like I'm so good at this game. It's more just like just the truth. Like it's like C6 Farazan. I love this move so freaking much. What even is Natlin? Natlin seems like a cartoon. Natlin seems like I'm going to the 90s. Yeah, like even if like how do I say, like even if like without the C6 Vaughn is still powerful, but like the C6 Farazan with like Vaughn is like fantastic. Wait, what? Doing this, they know you.
It is you, just I thought. You finally returned. I was ordered to guard the fortress, but this cruel bishop attacked us and attacks the barbarians were simply too much for me. I was forced to backstep until I arrived here. It seems like many, many years have passed since then. What tidings from beyond? Were you victorious? I don't know. No, buddy.
This is so neat. Is that so? Then we lost. I'm sorry.
Do not say such things, Honor Dominus. I have already imagined that the day might come when I join Sebastian's legions. Did Sebastian say that he did not want to lead us to break the shackles of Fortuna, but is doing so that simple? After all, what we struggled against is fate itself, and defying fate is feat beyond even the greatest of the gods.
In the end, all our efforts were in vain.
Nay, say not so. Dominus, we took up arms against divine destiny, and our deeds challenged the laws of the heaven. We resisted that prophecy, resisted it most valiantly. Though we failed in the end, someone must have betrayed us, led us astray. Still, the outcome no longer matters. Come what may, our deeds shall be carved into this world's history.
Oh, gee, and age is gone. That's so interesting that some of them still have life left in them. I still don't know his name, but it appears history has now reached its conclusion. What? Wait, so that's sad. So he must have been fighting here all the thousands. So he's just been fighting for thousands of years still? For years, he's still been fighting the idea of fate. He thinks that there's still a chance for victory. But now he's finally at peace. Let us continue onward. That is insane. These tree chains that bind Citlali are wrapped around the tree stone pillars. Use the power of the symphony to unleash the place sound wave that will remove them. Due to the lengthy passage of time, the stone pillars will continue. Sometimes become overgrown with vines, making them unable to resonate with the symphony. Remove the vines first, then remove the chains. Sure. Oh. That is so like interesting that this golem was all this time still to this day fighting that fight and believing that there was still hope. This is amazing. Like, look at all this. It's so incredible. And we got a chest for that too. The reward was being here enough.
Take it and have fun.
The reward for me was just being here. You know what I'm saying? Like, the reward is like the location that we got to go to.
Quit following me.
Ancient engravings? Is that what it said? Aeatus, my sister Placidia, did not perish of illness, but resisting the traitorous Dragonborn as they came to the city gates. So they're saying that when they fought the Dragonborn, the Vishaps, Legio, the Six, had not a single deserter amongst his ranks, nor did any disgrace the name of our benefactress. We guard this palace, just as we followed Eurydrata to pacify the northern barbarian border and deliver it onto them civilization. Okay. We chose the civilization and death. There is no greater honor than to die defending a civilization. Play, comrades, play the grand verse for all that is noble and glorious and the name of the benefactrix. So it seems like calling someone barbarians, by the way, is just like if they're outside of Remuria. So what we're getting from this is that they were like trying to like, which by the way, I don't care what anyone says. When someone says something, we can just warp there, I suppose, but it's nice to travel up here though, isn't it? When someone says, I'm trying to bring civilization to barbarians, believe it or not, I don't trust them. There's a lack of trust there in like their motives, right? Because it's like we don't like obviously like there was like they were fighting. Obviously there were struggles they had there. Oh my god, we have to go near this freaking whale. Are you kidding me? Will it attack us or is it gonna be okay? This is actually so freaky. I'm just passing by. Gameplay tutorial. What? This thing is gonna dance? Hold on. You gonna dance? Oh my god. Wait, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to destroy you now? I'm sorry for ruining your music. That's literally my fault. You were just going about your own business. I'm so sorry. This is literally not your fault. Why would I even switch to sports Citlali? She'd get destroyed in 2 seconds. We'll have to switch to Benny at some point. I've had fun using Citlali, but are we trying to like? Oh, to send it over there? I thought we were sending it over to this guy. And that opens up this? Yeah. Interesting. Yep. So I'm going to change the party setup just for now. I love Citlali's design. She's fantastic. She looks so cool. I love how angry she is. I love how grumpy she is. We love a grumpy goose. But I'm going to change back to... I'm going to change to Benny just so we have a healer on the team as well.
Want me on your team?
I feel like it makes sense. Oh my god. No, I'm going this way. Where am I going? You're so scary. How about that? You're very scary. I'm going for a lot of chests as well. They're like, nah, man, you're fighting these enemies. Yes, you. You gibbering imbecile? Why did you delay? Even if we waste away, the treasure won't move itself, surely. Holy hell. Holy hell. Where then is the interesting merit in feeding that approach the size of yours? Is treasure your brute, your treasure? Of course it's heavy. Besides, we confiscate all these treasures from those cursed barbarians, did we not? Leaving such well behind those hands and instincts like swine and mongrels will be a terrible waste. This is like the conversation we had at the start of this mission. But certainly we should have brought a few more ships we wanted to haul this back to Remuria. What are you, slow? Imperial cargo ships are not used for such a thing. When we destroy, we cannot carry. Better than having fallen into the hands of these savages. Yes! Is that... Yeah, those unlucky treasure hoards we drove off we're seeing similar stuff. Feels like this round was worse than the last two. It's possible they turned into golems after their boat were on the sank. No, or maybe the memories of these people were also implanted into the people above? That's so creepy. Or, is it them? What do you think? Should you not have been ordered to retreat to Carabas? Hey, yes, don't you dare ruin it. And that's yes, it is them. It's them. These barbarians are less of a threat than the dead fish anyway, so let's just have our fun and messing about here for a while longer, would you? These treasures, I don't know what orders you Heartmost gave you, but didn't Sebastius not order us to subdue these ignorant tribes and free them of fate's shackles? Those orders do not include such clearly criminal deeds. Surely you jest. The orders of our commander, mighty Dominus Boethius, were indeed to punish these savages harshly. So there you go. There's his name as well. So they above, I wonder where they given the memories of those people, and that's why they had the same ideas. And besides, we have received no punishment. That means that both Phobos and the Sebastos, our imperator, approve of our actions. So what's all this talk about crimes? Are you trying to start a trouble? But there's another S tier? Well, aren't things getting weirder by the moment? Yes, it's so crazy. It appears it's time to answer the question of yours. The S-dimension town must be descendant of the Remurians. His ancestors must have followed me to join the new nation all those years ago, become an ordinary Fontanian. So they saw the descendant of Este as the real one. As such, the symphony that has stolen these Fontanians' soul would not affect him, but in turn, the melody that records his ancestors' memories have nowhere to go, so it attaches itself to that statue. So you mean that Esir is a town's ancestor, and the real one S is quick-witted? What about the others? This is insane. This is, and obviously it wouldn't affect him, because, yeah. Just wandering souls lost in their memories. Let us go have a look. You walk up together with Monster Osse. Hello there, S. Yes, hello, and who are you exactly? And we're just talking to him as if he is a golem. You don't appear to be Remurians. Are you savages then? Oh, I can be pretty savage. We might as well say it. Well, this is the battlefield, and you put yourself in great peril. You should leave this place regardless of who you are. Yes, it is I. It has been a while. Skies above, it's you, Dominus Cassiodor. You are so rarely appear in this form that I almost failed to recognize you. And for these two, are they your attendants? You can just take that to be so, yeah. Still, Dominus Cassiodor, what brings you here? Did Sebastos not send you to damnation? I cannot remember. Am I in a dream or something? So I think they thought that he was sent to damnation? So did they think when all this punishment happened that they were the ones that were freed? And that Cassiodor was the one that was punished? That does seem to be the case. What? So I'm in some dream, okay. Surely you jest. The Sebastos must have assigned you some secret mission again, or else I'm an ignoramus. You guessed correctly. Speaking of which, why are the legionnaires of Legio 9 God in those chains? The chains, you mean the treasure? Yes, I believe them to be spoils of war. Though Sebastos' view of war as naught but a sad necessity in fulfilling our grand aspirations, and has long outlawed such brutal behaviours. You know as well as I that I have become a commonplace nonetheless. We are on the path of darkness, though none perceive it. Dominus Cassiodor, what has happened? Phobos was meant to bring us happiness, but all I feel is pain I cannot name. Jesus, man, and now they're talking about the pain that they feel through this. I'm too searching for the answer to that question, but it appears that we will have to deal with the problem at hand first. Indeed, those are our legionnaires, so let us solve things peacefully if we may. You want to solve things peacefully with these guys? Legionnaires of Legio 9. Oh, well done, Paimon. Who are you? Estel helpers? We are special envoys of the Imperator, Sebastos. What kind of rank is that? Well, not completely wrong. We're with Dominus Cassiodor. It seems you have quite the penchant for acting. We try. Dominus Cassiodor, you say? I heard that Sebastos had sent him to the Armorica. Has he returned so soon? Well, the one next to us is in fact. Whatever the case, we have come to survey the frontline legions. I figured as much. I mean, we haven't gone to Fort Caribus with the main body of troops. But we are regarded as some final cleanup as well within our range of duties, eh? Is this also the command of Phobos? Well, it should have guided our every move, but since we're coming here, there have been many times we could not hear its melody. As such, we've fallen back on Dominus Boethius' directives. Sebastos does not permit the harm of innocent people. Innocent, you say? Yes, he did task us with helping these vulnerable humans before the war began. But our actions have the tacit approval of Phobos. Could it be decrees ever be in conflict with the sacred word of Sebastos? Phobos could have made a mistake as well, yet you were not receiving the melody. Yeah, just try to be like, hey, you understand this. Give him a truth. What's happening? Well, that is true enough, but in what can we place our trust in if not Phobos? Surely it would not stand idly by if we were to diverge from the correct path. Phobos is a perfect creation. I counsel you, as a Remurian, do not doubt its directives. Phobos' silence signifies rejection. There we go. That's possible. How did they not consider that? Could our rash actions have caused Phobos to cease guiding us? So all this time they felt like they were still getting guided by Phobos, but like they tried to deny the idea that they couldn't hear the melody anymore. Then it bodes very ill. Very well, you speak true. We must consider our actions. I, in truth, I do not know how things came to this. There's been a strange feeling in my heart since the war broke out. We were meant to pursue freedom and happiness, but Phobos led us here instead, step by step. Has something gone wrong? What could it be? If you meet Sebastian upon your return, please appraise him of our circumstances and our doubts. You'll be doing us a great favor. Don't worry, we will. That actually worked out very well, and it was just like literally telling them some truths that they could understand, right? That's just it. It's like you guys have been have been abandoned. I know it's like in the softest way possible. Tell them they've been abandoned in the softest way possible. But they've been abandoned because of their actions, right? Because of the actions of I can't pronounce his name. Boethius. And that's just it. Because the actions of that one and following him and him swaying people is what happened. Like, and like here's the thing. I understand that there's like also like, you know, a lot of dream stuff going on as well. But that's so interesting to me that like the people outside, am I getting the right in saying that the people outside on that boat when they were having the conversation saw the other S as the actual guy himself? Or maybe they were just talking about him in passing. It's interesting to think about. It's either that they became this and they after we met them, or the memories of these guys were implanted into the other guys. As like they said, like wine going into a container that holds water almost. Seems you resolved our previous problem. I suppose that means you'll be rushing ahead towards our next goal, eh? So I'll be counting on you to take care of this place, Sist. Also remember that this is better to trust your wisdom of heart rather than handing out all the judgment of right or wrong to Phobos or any harmost. The Spatials created Phobos to free us from our servitude to destiny, but the people's blind fate has led us into enslavement more frightful still. So he's saying that like you said, Phobos was created to free us, but the blind fate of that led us down a wrong path. In future, I hope you may encounter similar choice once more. I hope you make the right decision when the time comes. Why are you so suddenly speaking of such things? Still, I shall keep your words in my heart. I shall uphold my own sense of justice. 'Tis good, for us I shall begin to meet again. It's so funny that they tried to like defy fate or defy Fortuna or escape Fortuna, but they ended up like following something that was like, that's not their own judgment, right? And you saw their essence like, I'm going to follow my own judgment now. That's what I'm going to do. And I wonder in that case, it's like I totally get that there's idea like, you know, like the need to follow something, the need to be a part of something even bigger, right? And to feel that comfort in like that as well. And and even then you saw themselves, they were trying to convince themselves that they were like, no, it's like, no, he's just, this is happening, that's happening. We're not abandoned, we're not this and that. It's like, but you have to like say the truth, which is like, hey, they're no longer listening to you. Like Phobos is clearly not, you know, has like not abandoned you, but has rejected you. And those like truths in their mind are true to them. And of course it's going to play in their mind again and again. It makes perfect sense. Should we free you? Oh, you're good. There you go. Yeah. And of course it's going to play in their minds again and again and again and again and again. That's such an interesting comment. Again, what do you guys think that is? Is the fact that the memories of those people, the leader and the other guy, were implanted into the people outside that lost their, you know, their souls? Or do you think it was a weird shared memory or something? I don't know. This is blocked off as well. So we have to send the octopuses into the right area. It's quite beautiful, right? What does that even mean, though? Oh, they have to be around every single flower. So maybe if we freeze them in time, like there, you come back around here then as well. Yeah, it's so interesting for me to think about, and it's quite sad as well, because they clearly are in a place that, like, you know, they followed something that they thought was true. They thought it was right for them. But clearly in the end, was not right. Did that do it? Was that enough? No. No, it's just out of the range here. Yeah, so maybe... How much into the range do we have to go here? Yeah, there it is. Very, very interesting area in general. Obviously, stuff is still very confusing, and I'm sure we're going to get more answers as time goes on as well. So if I am a bit confused, please, by Lord, help me out. Whoa. You gods shut tight the brass gates of Heavenly City. The swords of Remus have cut the threads of fate, and once led a sea alike have been conquered, and shall remain. Imperator, are you alright? Are you dreaming again? So we're getting the dreams again. So noisy, what's going on? The people have gathered in your great hall. I believe they have questions for you, Imperator. Recently, the melody of Phobos has been interrupted many times, so they have many concerns regarding this, so they can't hear the melody of Phobos anymore. So they're thinking that they're maybe, like, again, the idea of rejection. I have no choice but to do this. I trust your wise judgment naturally, and I have heard something of recent happenings. Is something wrong with Phobos? So they're terrified of, like, the idea of this melody stopping. This idea of the song that, like, defies Fortuna. Phobos has planted roots for everyone, such that humanity as a whole can attain happiness. There should be no issues, not when we can have the aid of Sibylla's nearby limitless power of calculation. But I heard cries of sorrow within the music. Did someone secretly alter the musical score of Phobos? No, none can do that except myself and the other harmonists. Could it be that the prophet had hidden something from us? Impossible. Has she not already sacrificed her very life for the cause? The veracity of the prophecy has been validated by the Mistress of Waters. She would have harbored no such selfish designs. Or perhaps it is precisely because she has no desire of her own. So since the Mistress of the Waters has no desires, like she can't defy fate? The music is so stunning. Today all people rely on Phobos to make judgments and decisions for them. If something were to go wrong, it will... you know what, actually, I think I got this wrong. They want to be free of the shackles of the idea of making your own judgments. Not that they want to be free from the idea of something being a designated fate, possibly. Is that what we're getting at here? Yeah, maybe I got that a little bit upside down. And now Phobos just like gets rid of all the ideas of like having to like make their own decisions. So that's why Monsieur Osse wants them to make their own decisions at this point. Because it will bring them back on the path to like whatever their fate is. I need you to do those who cling to blind faith are. For this reason I must grant you free will. Is that to say you wish to separate my melody from the grand symphony as a contingency against mishaps? No, it is still too early. I fear my soul may be unable to withstand such a great fate. I believe in you. Yeah, I thought that maybe fate was the idea that like you just let fate go and like you're just kind of like... The escape from fate was the idea that they could have their own free will, but in this sense, it seems like it is actually Phobos making decisions for them. So it's almost like the absence of free will. It's like not to make your own decisions. And I guess then everything's left in Phobos' hands. To me, that seems like another idea of fate, though. I believe in you. But from now on, you should no longer be part of we. So they're separating this. Is this Cassiodor? This is Cassiodor. They were separated as a contingency plan, so they have their own free will now. So they actually wanted... Okay, now it makes sense. Okay. The confusion's kind of lifted a little bit about what they wanted. I was just like a little bit like... Because I thought... My idea was I thought that fate... But he's being separated from fate was what they wanted because they wanted their own free will. But it's actually the opposite. They want to be separated from the idea of fate because they wanted to... They didn't want to make their own decisions. They didn't want to be left up to the idea of like... That they had to like... I guess, I don't know, like maybe I'm getting something jumbled up here, but for now on you should no longer be part of we. I've resolved myself. If this is your wish, Imperator, I shall see it done. Orionopolis of the City of the Future, there it is, yep. Call yourself by this new name. It's Cassiodor. So they were a contingency plan. Wow. After Cassiodor has departed, you pass through the golden corridors and the sounds of people in the debate grow closer. The area goes quiet, but only by little when you reach the central podium of the main hall. Whoa. Oh, Sebastian, please give us your instructions. It's so cool seeing the origin here as well of this. This is such a cool place, Many have been unable to hear Phobos' melodies of late. The people are frightened. Imperator, frightened and confused. This is to him, isn't it? This is definitely him. Our grand plan was proceeding as normal. The barbarians skulking in the shadows were being eliminated one by one, and the polluted waters were cleansed by Ichor. Yes, my Imperator. You plan to call a halt to our noble war, caused without a reason? Why have you done this? I exercise my own judgment in the matter. Great, Sebastian, you do not mean to challenge your authority, but I believe you have shown them sufficient mercy already. We have brought glorious harmony to the land. The gates of Remuria are open to all who wish to join our golden order. But what have they done? They've destroyed our towers and slaughtered our musicians. They've blighted souls that are unworthy of any salvation. So they're seeing as these guys, it's like they have like, the barbarians to them are not just people. Maybe it's not just people that are like outside their, but they called us a barbarian, that's the thing. So maybe they just saw us as a barbarian? Maybe. We cleanse the barbarians' lands of blood and, okay. An order and civilization shall sprout after destruction. Yeah, that's still so horrible to even say. For such ignorant savages, this is the highest mercy that can be granted them. No. This is not what I want. That's horrible to even think about. But there should not even be a silver shadow under the sun? Is that not also your great ideal? If I may, Imperator, I believe this is all the wish of the citizens of Remuria. Please give the order. So he's saying that all of them wish to destroy these barbarians. Quote unquote. Holy hell, man. Defiled all who dwell in the petroleum of blood will not wash the land clean. How shall the guiltless... What? Right, but how shall the guiltless what? Seeing as these guys... How shall the guiltless... Also your great ideal? Shut up, Calvin. Quote unquote. The music is so stunning. Holy hell, man. How shall the guiltless flowers again bloom? So they're talking about a cleansing with... That's not good. The idea that they believe that they can cleanse all this stuff with blood is not good. And that's the last one. We're going to free the whale now. It's going to open the path? Wait. And it's joined with this one? Oh my god. This mission has been magical so far. Absolutely stunning. The chains have been broken. We can go there now? Go to where Scylla is? Freaking hell. So, and they're gonna break us through into the city. I have been so impressed. Look at all this place. Look at this place. It's so stunning. I've been so impressed with this so far. So impressed. This is probably gonna be a longer one, I'd say, in terms of just like, as usually world quests are. They usually are very, very long. But I really feel like what we've done today has been like, just before we go into any like lore discussions or story discussions, has been beautiful, stunning. It's been mythical and magical in all those senses. The music has been amazing. The mechanics have been so much fun. The locations have been gorgeous. The implications behind all the locations have been amazing too. Like, all this has been absolutely stunning so far. But what I'm gathering from the story, and like, please, like, don't spoil anything, of course, but like, feel free to like talk about it in the comments. I'll be playing the rest of it tomorrow, obviously, but what I will say is that my understanding is Remuria was a place that came before Fontaine. The barbarians were people who were outside of it, maybe possibly the Fontainians as well, who were outside of Remuria, and they were constantly like, kind of like, I guess, attacking. Like, some of them were attacking Remuria all the time. In Remuria, Sebastos had a plan to rid themselves of the idea of fate or fortuna. So the melody of Phobos was created. And this melody was supposed to bring a calmness or a nice feeling, I guess, amongst everyone in Remuria. And it actually did the opposite. It led to like the ruin of Remuria. And everyone's gone. Like, everyone's gone. Everyone's but a dream now. Apart from, and like, everyone kind of like lost their free will, I suppose, well, because they had to like follow all of these, like, they followed everything that Phobos said. Everything that Phobos said was given to them. A contingency plan was created in the form of Osse, the cat that we follow around the place, as a way to, like, kind of, like, separate themselves from this place, what Sebastos wanted. So they created this contingency plan to give Osse, Monsieur Osse, free will, so that they could honestly just go off and like, and I guess, like, if anything bad happened, they could be there to kind of, like, be separate from all the catastrophes that were happening, especially since Phobos started to, like, lose the melody themselves. But see, here as well, it says that they become the master of their own destinies. That's what Sebastos wanted by using the power of the symphony. But is it that people started, like he overestimated people and they started relying too much on Phobos? Is that what happened here as well? And they are the contingency plan, of course, as well. So I read back on some stuff as well, and I think that one of the... I think, as you saw there, I was reading back on some of the stuff there as well, just to make sure we get everything, like, you know, kind of like in contextualized and stuff, because I feel like this is going to be very important. The song itself was supposed to give people, like, make people the masters of their own destiny. That's what it was supposed to do. Like, the song itself was supposed to give that people that idea that they could master their own destiny. The bodies that were given to them by Sebastos was so they could go against the idea of, like, flesh and blood, and flesh and blood is, like, always, like, you know, heading towards death. It's always getting decreasingly more, not efficient, but it's, like, dying as it goes forward as well. The symphony shattered. The actual song itself, the Symphony of Phobos, was shattered, and I can never pronounce his name. The friend of his as well, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. He tried to repair the symphony, and in that he was willing to just destroy La Fontaine, kill everybody. He was willing to do that. In order to restore the symphony. Monsieur Osse didn't want this. Monsieur Osse went back and stopped this from happening. And because he was separate from that as well. He had his own free will. He was one of those contingency plans. And I think that's what Sebastos probably wanted. He probably predicted something like this was going to happen. Osse then was seen as a traitor because they stopped this from happening. And then now Sebastos is trying to talk to us, I believe, because they're still here, but we don't know where they are, because they wouldn't have been dissolved in the water like the other Remurians were. He shouldn't be, because he was, like, you know, above everyone. He was like a god. He was, right, am I getting that right? Like, he shouldn't have been dissolved, as they were saying earlier too. So, to summarize all my thoughts on this so far, and again, fill in some gaps, 100%. Sebastos created everyone in Remuria in order to, and this, like, new in stone and ichor, he wanted them all to be the masters of their own destiny. The Symphony of Phobos was created in order to, so people could master their own destiny, but people instead of master their own destiny, they relied too much on Phobos. Then the symphony shattered, and there was a contingency plan created in Osse. Osse was then told to go off and have his own free will. Osse came back and stopped them from repairing the symphony by killing people and dissolving everybody. Then the people of Remuria were the ones that were dissolved. Their memories are still around here, and the symphony is also, the people of Petrichor, their souls are gone, but their heads are implanted with the memories of people from Remuria, and that's why they're acting the way they are now. Then now Sebastos is still talking to us, or maybe trying to communicate with us, because they're still around here, but they haven't been dissolved, and we don't know what's happening with that as well. And now Osse is considered a traitor. They also see barbarians as people that are outside Remuria as well. There's also a whale or a Vishaps that attack the area as well, because maybe they were trying to stop it too, but they were also trying to communicate as well with the people inside of that also. It's a little bit confusing. Maybe my timeline is a bit effed up a bit. I'll come back later and talk about more if I like when I'm editing the video. Maybe we'll have a bigger conversation about it afterwards. But for now, that is what I'm seeing this as. It's a very interesting story. It's very terrifying in a lot of ways, but it's very, very beautiful as well. It's hard to understand completely. I'm sure we'll understand it more as we're playing it tomorrow, but that's what I'm getting from it so far. The idea that music could be so powerful to me is always just a beautiful thing as well. I'm such a big fan of that. So let's look at Citlali's moveset here. Now, a lot of stuff we won't understand fully, because obviously she's like a new character and stuff like that. But we can look at some of the stuff here, like say, that's a normal type. Look at this, Dawn Frost Darkstar. Invoking the secrets passed down by her tribe over millennia, Citlali destroys an opal shield, so it is a shield, then calls forth Obsidian Tismintil Itpatsa, a creature that is repeatedly terrifying beyond compare. What? Dealing Night Soul Line AoE cryo damage. The opal shield's damage is origins based on Citlali's elemental mastery. and absorbs cryo damage with 250% efficiency. When it is deployed, it will cause Citlali to briefly be affected by cryo. After using this skill, Citlali gains 24 Night Soul points and earns Night Soul Blessing State. So wait, so this is a shield that also absorbs cryo damage, but also affects someone by pyro? By cryo? Like it makes her affected by cryo. Okay, so what do you think that would be effective for? Now, I heard people say that she would be very useful for a lot of my members, a lot of my teams as well. Edict of the Splendor. This looks so cool. Summoning allies from the starry skies and the vast earth, hurling towards the ice storm to bombard the area in front of the deal Night Soul line AoE cryo damage. This restores a set amount of Night Soul points for Citlali, and also summons the Spirit Vessel Skull near maximum of 3 opponents. Within the AoE, with 1 skull for each opponent, the Spirit Vessel Skull explodes after some time, dealing Night Soul aligned AoE cryo damage and restoring a set amount of Night Soul points for Citlali. All I'm thinking about is having another shielder on the team. I think that's fantastic. And with cryo as well, like, you know, I think someone said you could, like, you know, like, you could probably use it with Goming. You could also use it with many, like, maybe Hu Tao, actually, as well, could also work also. And also, like, you know, Xingqiu would also work well, too. Like, having those, like, cryo abilities, doing cryo damage, while also, using, like, another element along with it, too. She's just a really cool character, though. She's really, really cool. Her weapon is obviously a magic book. We're not gonna read her profile, believe it or not. So let's let her do an idle animation before we go. She's such a pretty color palette. It's such a pretty color palette. Any idle animation? Maybe we do this and she'll do it really quickly. Yes. I don't know, I just think even the shoes are really pretty. The dress is pretty. The light novel is really cute. I love that she's so grumpy as well, but like she's also like very like enamored. Look at this, that's so cool. She's very enamored by like sweet stuff as well. Yeah, very cool. Wait, what? Oh, this is just like Scylla was talking to us in the dream. Scylla is now talking to us here.
Such warm ocean currents, free at last. Well now, little ones, hail you from the surface. I know not for what reason you have come to this deep water prison, but...
We aren't little anything, you're just way too big. Okay, Paimon. Paimon's like, you're literally a whale. By definition, you are massive. by definition of like what a big sea creature is, you are a big sea creature.
Ha ha! Very well. Either way, you have broken the shackles that have bound me for millennia. That places me in your debt. If there is any undertaking in which I may aid you, then speak. Consider it a token of my gratitude. You look so freaking cool.
Paimon knew you'd be a reasonable guy. Anyway, Paimon's name is Paimon, and he's Wander, and this is... actually, Paimon's not sure what you know him by. We call him Monsieur Osse.
Oh, they know him. Okay, Cassiodor, it is you. It has been a while. So you came back after all. But still, you are sadly late. By a few thousand years, no less.
Oh, looks like the big guy knows you, Monsieur Osse. I have nothing to say to despicable traitors. You're being called a traitor too! Cassiodor, you're being called a traitor!
Speak not so rashly, mortal. We are dragonborn. We keep all our promises and betray none, which is more than can be said for your haughty race.
Save your breath. It is worth less than drowning, Mayfly. Your betrayal is undisputed. Were you not defeated in that war precisely because you turned against us? If we hadn't lost that war, our nation, the Sebastians wouldn't have...
Ah, you've been gone far too long, Cassiodor. The truth is not what you imagine. Though I suppose a secret plan would have not been secret had its details reached your ears.
Secret plan?
My leading an army of bishops to solve the capital was, in fact, part of Remus's final secret plan.
So Remus planned this in the end.
And he did all this to save his nation and people. A man of great moral character.
That sounds... It does sound preposterous, but I want to, like, hear him out. That is kind of weird. Why would they ask someone to invade their own country?
And what little one would such as you or I know of Remus's thoughts? Whatever the case, look upon this Cassiodor. Even you should be able to divine its meaning.
The guiding... Oh my god, the golden bees? They should only heed the call of the symphony. Why would Sebastian bestow his power upon a savage dragon? Because they had an agreement. He made an agreement with multiple people, clearly. Like, these contingency plans were crazy.
You know much, little one. Where did you learn that?
From memories scattered in the sea.
You speak correctly. Yes, indeed. We did have an arrangement, but I failed him. I squandered his noble sacrifice. I could not make it to Domisario on time, and so the waves devour the whole city, and my kindred could not escape either.
How could such a thing be?
Music's gorgeous. So pretty.
If it is a betrayal you speak of, then Boethius was the true traitor.
Yeah.
Were it not for that lying devil, that deceitful rat, and his silver-tongued deceptions, how could a prince amongst dragonkin such as I, who once led our armies after the age of the ancient dragons, have beaten so easily?
That's good point. Honestly, like, I guess it is. He did sway a lot of people at the point as well, and I suppose like to beat an army of Vishaps.
That devil first falsely claimed
To have given up the resistance on Remus's orders, saying it ordered the legions to cease resistance. Yet when we arrived, he suddenly rose up against us. Now that I have much time to think on it, I fear he must have learned Remus's plans somehow, and thus was able to set up an inescapable trap to lure me in step by step. And thus did my flesh and blood turn to stone, and thus did it remain for millennia, to this day when you rescued me.
So, the trap was to trap him? Is that what we're saying here? Yeah. So he was... wait, so for 1,000 years, a millennia? For 1,000 years, you were trapped in that... Jesus Christ, man. And Remus did that. Remus didn't do it. Boethius did that. So Boethius set up this trap knowing that you would like think that it was going to be easy.
Boethius knew perfectly well what a massive calamity his actions would bring about, yet he still... Could he have been trying to seize control over Phobos? Was that why he committed such sins?
It seems you know the full story yet, for sure.
So the guy who keeps calling out his traitors was actually a traitor through and through?
It's usually the way. I'm sorry, but like especially when you're so adamant that other people are traitors or other people are one thing, you know what I mean? It's like this way. It's like if you're calling those bees are actually so pretty. If you're calling everyone an asshole, you're probably the asshole, right? If you were calling, you know what the expression, if you meet 10 assholes, you're probably the asshole. You know what I mean? Like just like if you meet 3 traitors, you know, if you meet 3 barbarians, you're probably the barbarian in the end. You know what I mean?
But are we gonna ask him? Paimon doubts he'll get a straight answer.
So that loathsome, recalcitrant demon worm is yet to dissipate, has he?
I think he's a dream. I think he's like still here in like just a different form.
Yeah, and he's stolen the souls of a whole bunch of Fontanians too. Rescuing them is actually the main reason we're here. He said he'd wait for us in Domisaria. Well, he said he'd just wait for Monsieur Osse. We're coming along uninvited.
Heck yeah, like most days. I'd say we get invited a lot of days actually, no.
Not even leaving a door though. How rude of him.
Innotum Yanni. Those feeble tricks and smoke screens have been set to dismay us, but at the end of the day, it's nothing more than a glorious stone door. I may have lost my physical body, but it is no great labor to take the little ones over to settle the matter. Oh yeah, watch closely, little ones.
It's opening up, and the bees as well. So they follow the melody, so they're actually following Scylla.
You're pretty reliable, huh, big guy?
Now we shall need to break these revealed seals one by one. If you're prepared, then let us go.
Well then, Monsieur Osse, are you ready? Now that it's come to this, we have little choice. Alright then, what about you, Wanda? Ready?
Let's go. Let's go, I'm ready. I've been ready. I'm so ready. This is great. This is such a great, like, wait. Oh my god, it's a mini game? What? Okay. Fair enough. So from Scylla's perspective, this is so cool. Oh my god, we're going in with Scylla. From their perspective, like they were given a job as well to attack. There isn't much time. Keep up, little ones. They were given... Oh my freaking god. This is so freaking cool. It's so cool. Do you hear this music as well? Is there straight not too far? I should protect you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, but that is so sick. We're literally going in with this like ancient whale, and we're. Oh my god! And we're attacking with the whale. This music, what the hell? I am so stunned. Oh my god, people need to understand how good world quests are in this game. Dear lord. This is so sick. We're following you out here. The music is stunning. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Like this whole sequence, like as well, like we had like similar sequences in other world quests, not similar as in like exactly like this, but I mean like those epic moments that you get in world quests. Like I need to sell people on world quests. Once I finish up Genshin, I need to make a full video on why everyone should play world quests. Oh my god. Oh my freaking god. Look at this. Accompanied with this like incredible score. No, that was stunning. That was incredible. That's like... We're finally here. I want to do that again. And look at it, and oh my god, look at the size of it. With the kind of bridge going up. That was amazing. It was this like really like, and I know the word is overplayed, but it was an epic moment. It was like epic. It was epic in terms of like almost like how like a musical can be epic or a stage play can be epic. This beautiful soundtrack in the background, accompanying this like beautiful scenery as well, and like the music hitting exactly at the right point as we hit and we saw this scene here. So freaking perfect. So perfect. And there's Domus Aurora. It looks like the giant harp though. Why did Sebastius construct it like that? Completely different from all the runes above. Yeah, it is different. Look how cool it looks. It's so good. It just feels like it's only just sunk. Of course, this palace was fashioned from a giant ship. It was designed to be a titanic instrument of which the symphony was to be played. See those pipes extending outwards? Though the symphony now lies broken, this was once how it would be broadcast to the four corners of the world. Oh my god, the whole palace is an instrument, the entire thing. So that's what we were getting at when we saw like the organ and all like that inside the palace. Then wouldn't the entire water body start vibrating if we were to play? We might get blasted apart like tofu if we get too close. Meow meow, what is tofu? Wait, you never had any Osse? Then it might be hard to explain. We could always take you to have some next time. Wait, can cats even eat tofu?
The Eternal City. Indeed, Remus will protect this place still. Just as I expected. No wonder that brazen, shameless traitor has endured even to this day. I imagine that Boethius owes the survival of time's erosion to having laid low in the palace all these millennia.
And over those long years, he gradually mastered the power of Phobos. Well, now that we're here, we should meet up with that rude guy. He might just be shocked to see us all, for all you know.
In that case, let us part ways for now.
You're not coming along? You've been a great help already.
I was pleased to be of aid, but to tell the truth, I have no desire to see that one ever again.
Fair enough. Honestly, fair enough.
I wish never hear a word from that devil's mouth. His words are a sham, and shameful are his lies. See that you do not fall for them. Besides, I cannot help you even if I came with you, for I am but the temporary occupant of Ichor-made body. Were battle to be joined, I would have no recourse. Not that I would mind terribly, no gain would solve the solve of his seizing of the symphony that Remus bequeathed unto me. Let us part thee for now. Though I cannot aid you in battle, I can use the currents to send you hence. Come to me should you need such aid. Regardless, let's meet again once you vanquish the traitor. The time has come, perhaps I too shall have a chance to make amends for my past regrets.
So neat. And it makes perfect sense to me. Sils was once over a prince over Dragonborn in distant past. So it's a Dragonborn prince. And has lost all bodily form. He can still command the currents. When you get within a certain distance of him, you can summon high-speed currents to move to his side, interact with him, and ask him to summon intense currents to send you to a target location. If you aim at certain targets when you choose where to go, he might have other things to say as well. Scylla will roam the ocean depths when you're exploring the sea bygone eras. He'll move according with the body of water you're in. Holy frickin' hell. Third movement. Pharsalia's Rhapsody. So cool. So cool. I want to take a good look at everything we see here as well, though. Like, this is a stunning area. And once again, like, this area is another gigantic area, right? Like, this is another really gigantic area. And I think what we might do... Obviously, we're doing the main quest. But during cleanup, I think we were going to have to do a cleanup episode before we go to Natlan. And I think the cleanup episode is basically going to be... getting a lot of the cleanup is usually getting waypoints. Like, and it would be doing world quests, but we've done so many world quests. Like, we've, like, actually, like... done so many world quests. It's actually crazy. I'm actually very, very happy with the amount of world quests we've done. But let's take a look over here at the very least and get this door open. This is such a freaking... oh my god, like the musical instruments, like the organ tubes, whatever they're called. You guys might know what they're called. I know we have a few piano players as well. It's just a whole nother world. That's what it is. It's a whole nother world. And you know what this might be? I saw, like, murmurs of, like, people saying that, like, you know, there's a similar place in this game to, like the chasm. Like, as there is in every single world. It's not, like, the thing is, guys, it's not, like, even a spoiler. Every single world so far has had, well, almost, yeah, like, Dragonspine, the chasm, Enka, Nemea. You know, they will, the Sumeru had the Hollow Below as well. And, like, every single world has one area that is like almost like a secret area in some ways, you know what I mean? And I feel like that's very true here as well. Like, I didn't know it was going to be Remuria. Like, so they can aim you into different places. What about over here for a second? Wait, what if, oh, they said they'll say certain things. What if you aim and say, oh, are you serving Lord Humanity? It's still imbued with great ideals to think that a demon is now mastery over it. It was imbued with great ideals. So let's see if there's anything else they'll talk about. Maybe not. Oh, over this way. What do you think of these things? The power of symphony remains in this place. I can feel it. The music's stunning. So that's the same thing it's going to be used for there. I would say shoot me up here as well. So freaking cool. Honestly, stop shooting me for a second. I want to go up the bridge. I want to go up the bridge. I know we can't walk on the bridge, but there's something inside me that makes me want to walk up this bridge here as well. So we know that they're a dragonborn, like dragon prince or prince of the dragons, right? We also talked about how, so maybe it makes sense that they couldn't be like, right, because they were talking about earlier something, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were talking about earlier how, like, there couldn't be another dragonborn, but we do have another dragonborn prince, right? We have the sovereign dragon in Rivulet. So it makes sense that they are no longer, like, of physical body, I guess, at this stage. Now, it might be something completely different. I'm just misinterpreting, because again, sometimes it can get a little hazy. But I want to say as well, even though it's getting hazy, I want to make it clear to people. Oh, look how pretty this is. I want to make it clear to people. I'm enjoying being hazy sometimes. I'm enjoying, like, piecing things together, then reading the comments and coming back next time and doing this. It's so much fun. It's so much fun, like, not getting everything right all the time. Like, it's been such a joy. And I know, like, it's like, oh, you're saying it's a joy that you're getting stuff wrong. I mean, in the sense of, like, it's a joy, like, piecing things together myself, reading your comments and being like, oh, and then being like, then coming back later and being like, oh, then piecing other stuff together, getting, like, 80% right and then getting 20% wrong, and then, like, you know, oh, wow. Oh, wow. But I hope you get what I'm saying. It's, like, fun piecing things together.
Cassiodor, dear friend, I knew you would come.
Now he's calling him dear friend.
Ah, the uninvited barbarians.
When it comes down to it, you're not the boss of this place. Besides, it was Osse who brought us here. That counts as an invitation as far as Paimon's concerned. Tell him, Paimon. You're the discourteous one here. Yes, together. Exactly. When we've heard about all about it, you know, all the bad stuff you've done.
Silence, you noisome obstreperous insects. I'm speaking to Cassiodor. Do not interrupt.
You don't talk to Paimon like that ever.
Wonder, Paimon, I'll take care of this. Boethius, I have come as promised. On your pledge to relinquish the souls of the surface dwellers. They do not deserve to suffer the unforeseen calamity. The grudges between us should stay between us.
You call this unforeseen? Have you not looked upon our kindred? They lie trapped in these lightless waters. They're walking corpses. Are they not supposed to walk upon sunlit shores?
So he believes that they should be allowed to go back to the surface? Is that what he's saying? Like, is that what he's saying? They should be allowed. They should be allowed to go back on sunlit shores.
If my brief interment on surface folk souls is a disaster bereft of rhyme and reason,
in my brief interment of surface folk souls is a disaster bereft of reason,
then what would you call the millennia-long suffering of our kind? Listen and listen well. The judgment of the surface people has only just begun.
No, the one who imprisoned them was you, and you turned our kin into monsters. We had once had a choice, so as long as we discarded our old grudges, the Mistress of the Waters agreed to accept us into a new nation. But you used them, took advantage of their plan in trusting you. You turned them into tools for your ambition.
That was their choice. They chose the old order, not the honey death that you brought. And just as they gave unto us the conducting batons that Sebastos bestowed upon them, so too are we the duty bound to lead them onto the correct path.
So he's saying, when he's saying it's honeyed, he's saying that, like, the choices you were making were, like, these kind of, like, sweetened things that seemed a lot sweeter than they were, but I didn't agree with that. And he's saying just as Sebastos gave us, like, the option to, like, make our own decisions, we should use that to make our own to lead them onto the correct path, which is the opposite of what I feel like what they wanted. It's very good because I talked about it in, like, my Patreon chats yesterday, but it's very confusing, and that's what humans are like. It's like they want free will but don't want free will. They want to be bereft of destiny but also want someone to tell them where to go. It's like a very interesting, like, because it's human nature. It's complicated. Humans are complicated when it comes to, like, their thought. And you know, even now with, like, you know, politics, you'll find a lot of times people will say, like, hey, you have to be like a free thinker, and then, like, at the same time they're looking all the time for someone to, like, help them out, which isn't wrong. Getting help from people isn't wrong, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's like a very common human trait is that we all. I feel like it's not wrong in some senses to want free will, but also to have all your answers laid out for you. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just a very complicated thought process that people can have.
How dare you swagger, you shameless traitor! You betrayed the Sebastos trust and led our nation to ruin.
I hear those vile dragons slandering your words, and you will believe a foe of our nation rather than your kin and comrades. I serve no god, no king, only mighty Remuria and our noble ideals. Remus proved unworthy to reign supreme from the moment he uttered that perverse command. And so, there are no traitors. If anything, it was I who rescued our nation from his error.
So is he saying that because Remus said, hey, we're not going to destroy the barbarians, we're not going to fight back or anything, I guess we're not going to like just, you know, counterattack. He saw this as a perverse command. He colluded with our foes, commanding the vile Drake to flatten our cities. He even attempted to destroy the Grand Symphony, which would have co-signed us to live under the Fortuna's yoke once more. So here he's saying that to destroy the Grand Symphony means that they would live under fate's yoke once more. They would have to like have their fate predetermined, which is so interesting to me because as we saw before, it said that they became too dependent on the idea of the Grand Symphony, because even then they were looking to it for answers. How could I have stood aside and done nothing in the face of madness? And so you betrayed him. You shot the Inanti, and in the end, Phobos' power went out of control, and the royal palace sank into the depths.
Will you not open your eyes to the truth? It was Remus who betrayed us. Betrayed Phobos. That was the true prelude to this tragedy. I've already spent thousands of years struggling to create the symphony of the past, weaving the broken melodies together in the deep waters just to create what you hear now.
No, in your hands it's become harsh, and a discordant voice of agony and hate denounce your violence. It's no longer a song. It's no longer, like, yeah.
And who decides what is harmonious or not? It is not an absolute power. Is it not absolute power? Remus bent the knee to the savages and the odious dragons precisely because he failed to comprehend this. But it matters not. This inverted world shall soon be righted, and I shall become a new Sebastos.
It's impossible, Boethius. You are but mortal. Humans can never become gods.
But Cassiodor, you forget. Was Remus' ideals not for us humans to become gods? To seize their own destiny? Do you not remember? Do the rites we research and record in the Golden Castellum not chart a course to that very destination?
But we did not know what lay beyond. Had we known those thousands of years ago, we...
Times have changed. Things are different now, Cassiodor. Join us. My preparations are complete. Only together can we accomplish this deed. I have rid my souls of all impurities, obtaining true will. The stairway to heaven is but a single step away.
So he believes he now is the true, like, freedom, true freedom of will. He's trying to become a god himself, which we know from the past is dangerous. It's dangerous as heck. We know that a certain story about a beautiful character that they were trying to make into a god as well.
I merely need to gather all wills that have been scattered throughout the waters. Yes, even yours, which Remus personally severed.
The mask is so cool. Like, it's such a cool design. Like, I actually think it's one of my favorite designs in the game.
Two minds shall merge into one, and thus shall Remuria be whole once more. Once more clad in immortal form, infused with the refined steel and stone. We shall take on flesh. Once more, and a new Sebastos shall be born. But not only that, I shall also gain that which even Remus cannot attain. The power to change the very essence of this world.
This is an amazing shot. This is an amazing shot. And he wants to like go further than Remus even could or wanted to. He's going to take all this plan and take it to like the finish line that he believes is the finish line.
I will turn back the wheels of fate, usher in the old world's return and bring justice to the land. The surface dwellers shall submit to our will, as they must. Is that what you truly...
Yeah, it is what he wants. What am I asking that for? That's exactly what he wants.
It shall be as the hymn says. And when they use their will to command, the rest shall bow down and listen.
You know I'll not acknowledge you. You have defied his ideals. I will uphold my own justice.
It matters not. You... Oh my god. Once Phobos melody, then you shall join me. Wait, what? We entered it too? What? We're here. This is Domus Aurora. Aurea? Aurea it should be, right? Have I entered Remus's memory again? But we're here as we're physical form. The atmosphere is different from before. Oh my god. Welcome to my palace, Outlander. My symphony. Boethius, do not be startled. Have we not met aforetime? More than once? Whether through my phantom in the real world or in the memory of palaces Remus left behind. This is so sick. I'm sorry, like, I know, like, I should be, like, so worried, and I am kind of worried. It's terrifying, but at the same time, this visual is so sick. Look at this! The music. It's just a stunning soundtrack in this game. But this is no phantasm of Remus's memory. This is my symphony. My golden stage. So I knew it. So it wasn't his memory all along? Or this time it's not his memory. I knew it. Walls of sorrow ring off every wall. Wails of sorrow. Is that so, Outlander? I know not whence you came. It seems you are not Ewan birthed from the primordial waters, nor are you any surface being at all. Oh my god, Descender time! I cannot see the color of your soul, nor can I touch it. So just like how the Irminsul tree can't touch us, or can't have a document of us, because we are an outsider, he can't touch our soul. Holy hell. Nonetheless, it's not your war. My vengeance against the surface dwellers is none of your concern. I know not why you hinder our work. I would say, like for all of this, like, you know, I mean, like, at this stage, like, we're trying to do, I say, we'll say for justice, we'll say for the people of Petrichor is probably the most, like, neutral answer here, but most people are neither your kin nor your subjects. Neither is, like, any single person on this area, in this world. I am a descender. Nobody here is my kin or except for my sister. And I still will save them. On the contrary, so far are you above them that they may as well be ants, but not even that. So he sees us as above them? Because we are beyond them? The weak should submit to the strong. Is that the law the world should follow? No, buddy. This music is gorgeous. We use our immense strength, Boethius, to help people. You are using it to harm things. It's very clear that us as the Descender, the Traveler, and how powerful we are, we could make people submit to the strong. But that's not what you do when you're powerful. And yet you will protect him. Is this your boundless mercy or simply folly? Have you anything else to say, Outlander? For Monsieurus? But can your short friendship surpass the span of our kinship? Cassiodor and I, we were the new golems or humans, yeah, oh my god, crafted by Remus's own hand, and we are the final survivors. Compared with their other kin, his soul is like insoluble ichor, so the blood. It's like blood, it's like their insoluble blood. Other than myself, only he has true will. And only when we are combined can we become a complete self. So he wants to combine with him to become like a human again. I guess I guess on the surface again. He's able to like walk upon the surface again. So too our wills one. The opera's final action will return to us. This is his fate. Have you anything else to say, Outlander? This music. Haunting, magical, ethereal for this justice in this world. Justice, you can't be serious, can you? You may possess power that even I can't perceive, but you will be a naive Outlander to think that brute force alone will defeat me. I have long become one with the symphony that fills these deep seas, even if you should destroy my physical form, so as long as the agonized waters flow, as long as the memories of vengeance do not fade, my will shall not perish, and I shall remain a nightmare that haunts this world. Unless you choose as Cassiodor, as that stray cat did, exiling oneself to become the jailer of the old world. But I do not believe one as distinguished as you would do so. So because they can't sense our soul, they believe that we are not of this world. They believe that we are so powerful. They are showing us like this weird respect, right? We're no longer barbarians. There's like this weird respect. And I think that's almost like more disgusting, the fact that because they think we're so powerful and so strong, that they're now showing us more respect than they did before. Forsake that the superfluous sympathy of yours. Should the guilty not be punished? Is that not justice? Guilty, you say, they are innocent. No, Fontaine is innocent. They are spawn of our barbarian foes. So,
He is saying that because they are descendants of the ones that used to destroy the palace, that used to destroy their home, he believes that they are also barbarians, and so they're not innocent. And I think this is anger. A lot of it's anger. It's like, hey, I want to punish somebody. Who's left? I'll punish you. You're the great grandson of the person that, like, you know, hurt me. I'll punish you then, which is silly. It's dumb. It's so silly. Like the idea that like you're gonna kill a bunch of people who didn't even like want to even like do that. And if you ask them today, and here's the thing, I know Fontanians. If you went to like all the ones we know, Charlotte, Navia, Shiori, all of them, Linny, Lynette, all of them. If you went to all the Fontanians we know, and you told them about this story about like this past situation here, they're not gonna be there going like, oh yes, the barbarians should have done all this stuff, and like they quote unquote barbarian, I want to say as well, quote unquote barbarian. You just don't have the right idea of Fontanians. And the fact is, I know it's a harsh reality. They don't think, they probably don't even think about this idea. You know what I mean? They probably don't even think about it. The ancestors seized the realms that should have been ours by right, and they must pay the price for original sin. And that's the thing. I'm saying this like with 100% certainty. Like, it is not right that you were like that you would have been pushed off your land at all. It is not right. It is not right that you should have had to change your way. The whole idea of, yes, I understand like the idea of like the integration aspect of it, and it's great that a lot of the people wanted to integrate into it as well. But also at the same time, if I'm getting this story correct, they shouldn't have to like make that choice in the, like, not they shouldn't have to make the choice in the first place, but they should be allowed to be like, hey, look, we want to kind of like live as our own selves, and be ourselves. Like it's like obviously like there's so much going on here. Since you insist on sabotaging my plans, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to stay in my place for a while longer, my palace for a while longer. I cannot detain you for long, of course, but it should be long enough. Let us meet again when I become a god and sit upon Sebastian's throne. Before that, let my little ensemble occupy your time. Ensemble? Are we gonna fight some people? Yes, we are. Oh, it's just... Oh my god. We're just... Did they give us a buff? They didn't give us a buff. Someone's voice, wander. Fear not, I wish to aid you. This is so freaking sick. With the music and everything. Oh my god. This is one of the greatest world quests of all time. Like, this is legitimately just like one of the greatest world quests ever. Oh, we're gonna get some help, aren't we? We're gonna get some help. Who's helping us? Oh, there's some music. I found you at last. Wait, is that Remus? No, it's Cassiodor. Yes, it's Cassiodor. I remember now, because remember they were that's what they looked like when they became before. Yeah, Cassiodor. But they're in their normal form now. Indeed, it is I. I believe you might have met me in Sebastian's memories, though I suppose this is our first time meeting in this manner. Time is short. Maintaining this form as Boethius and Phoenix Palace is no easy feat. Let us keep with this brief. Where are we exactly? This space created by Boethius is a manifestation of his soul. It is maintained just as Sebastian's memories you entered before, by the grace of the symphony's might. So just now, he used the same music's power to pull us in. I suspect that Domus Aurora is too close to the heart of Phobos and won't allow him to directly influence the present world. Every 2 seconds, I have to stop and listen to the music. Every 2 seconds. If we truly allow him to retain the power that surpasses reality, we might even pull the entire surface world into the space. When that happens, illusions will replace the real world, and Fontaine will revert to its appearance from thousands of years ago, which is nuts. And here's the thing. It's like we have like loved ones up there. You know what I mean? We have like people we love, and it's not only about that. It doesn't matter if we have loved ones up there. There's people up there who have lives. Just what happened in Petrichor, no, I expect it will be worse, so they'll lose all their souls. Will he really become a god? That depends on your definition. It's not hard to give shape to false fantasies, but he will find transcending fate futile. Were it truly that simple, then 1,000 years ago he would have already succeeded. All he can do now is drag more innocents and nightmare of turning them into walking corpses like puppets. Then we must stop him. That we do, but it cannot be done here. You must return to the real world. And what about you? Yeah, what about you, Cassiodor? Not to worry. He has no plans for me at this moment. As for me, I've just thought of a way in which you can destroy him utterly. He's prepared a mighty form for himself in the real world and plans to initiate a ritual within Domus Aurora that will have him take on flesh. As long as we can get him to lower his guard and gather the symphony scattered throughout the deep waters into that body, we can seize that opportunity to destroy both him and that body. That will put an end to everything. I hope. Only you can do this wonder. Phobos melody does not sing out of your destiny, and both can influence your soul because we don't have a destiny on this world. We don't have a destiny in this world. We choose our own path. We are not in the files. In the files of the universe of fate, this world does not have us on file. We walk into the career guidance counselor and they tell us we don't know what you're going to be doing. You know what I mean? I know it's such a weird way of putting it, but that's what it is. It's like we don't know what you're going to be doing, and that's why we can do this. We can defy fate because we don't have a destiny in this world. You're the exception to all that is planned. Perhaps that's why Spastus guided you here. That's such an amazing way to put it. We are an exception to all that is planned. We saw this in so many quests so far. Like even in the Narcissus Cruise World a series of quests. We were this outsider that came into their people's lives and changed their destiny because we could we were like an unknown variable. And the same thing happened with Vaughn. Go now, my strength will not hold for long. Let us meet again in the real world, and yet we can bring an end to the long nightmare. Just like when the changing of the memories happen in this world, we don't get our memories changed. You finally woke up. So we were asleep this whole time? This is incredible. This is so incredible. Paimon, where you think she's sick? She thought you might have had your soul eaten by that jerk. There's like all the townspeople. I'm fine, Paimon. Did I pass out? You better be. Oh, she was crying, our Paimon. After he passed out, Boethius and Monster Osse disappeared along with the wave of sound, leaving Paimon here alone. So I think he's planning to merge with Osse. And this big guy came along. Not that he helped much either. I fear that was not up to me. I am but the soul that dwells within Ichor. And though that Remus did give me his final symphony, but to wield his power against Boethius is a different matter. Anyway, Wander's woken up and seems to be okay, at least. But where'd Monster Osse go? Did Boethius? I saw him. You tell what happened to Boethius' soul pals. This is incredible! So Monster Osse is in there alone? He seemed to have his own plan, don't worry. It is a bit concerning, it is. Regardless, should he prove correct, then we still have a chance to defeat that shameless devil. But first you must enter Domus Aurea.
Well then, big guy.
What are you looking at me for?
Didn't you once lead a host of dragons attack the Remuria capital? Getting us to Domus Aurea should be accused of king. That's actually very, like, smart from Paimon, even if it doesn't work, even as a plan that can't work. Right? It's like and such a cool idea. It's like, well, you once attacked the place before, so could you do it again?
You have many ideas for one so small as one. Still, this is not...
I think he just phrased it the exact way that I phrased it. And it's not... I think Paimon always has great ideas. I mean, look at this whole quest. Paimon's been like coming up, like, and always in the world quest, because Paimon is kind of like the voice of she's constantly talking, and sometimes like people don't want to admit it, but like, yes, me and Paimon both like can be airhead at times, and we share the same brain cell, right? But also at the same time, Paimon surpasses like my knowledge by a mile, like most of the time, because she has such like a very inquisitive and curious mind. And while I do have that too, I feel like Paimon is like it makes me think about stuff that I never thought about before, you know?
The chief strength in Dragon Ball lies in the powerful flesh, embedded into Ichor as I am. All that remains to me is but the feeblest of wills. Destroying the Inventory Nani exhausted nigh all my power, and Domus Aurea, defended by the symphony's power, cannot be compared to the gates of mere stone.
Wait, then aren't we fresh out of options? Are we really just going to watch while that Boethius guy eats Monsieur Osse up?
Peace, you rash little thing. I merely said that I was powerless, but it is not so for you. The power of the symphony defends this palace. That same strength can be used to break it.
But the symphony that I can wield is... Yeah, that super powerful Phobos thing is protecting the palace, right? How can we possibly beat it?
If you cannot beat it, then simply borrow what you need from it. Once upon a time, the will of Phobos flowed through golden aqueducts into every corner of Remuria. Through these pipes have been destroyed, you can connect the sections of lies before you once more. The gates of Domus Aurea are surely open, just as they once did. It's what's written in the symphony, after all. Sounds like it's worth a shot.
The ambiance of this music is amazing too. It's so stunning.
I too made some discoveries while searching for anything Remus might have left behind.
It appears that the devil has yet to join some fragments of symphony to his music, and they're scattered in the part of the sea. Come with me. If we can find them, we shall use our strength. We might yet reverse the flow of time and return the aqueduct to original form.
That does sound kind of promising. Let's move on then. Because we had this idea already that, because time is... Like, the idea of the past and present, the line is very thin down here, right? And I think that's, like, what we're getting at here as well. Is, like, we saw the people, like, in Petrichor were, like, almost had, like, the memories of people in the past. They were living, like, the people in the past were living through them almost. And now we know that's exactly what he wants to happen. Remus wants to revert back to the past when he had this place where, like, he was living as, like, these true beings. And, like, I always want to say, like, how I wanted to make it clear to you guys. And I think you guys understand that, where I'm like, it's not nice to have to, like, change your whole lifestyle at all. Hi everyone, it's Cam for the future, and I just want to say that upcoming I will talk about how I'm like, I think it's like, oh man, it's kind of like so understandable when you're the first people there and people try to like destroy your stuff then afterwards and you don't want to change all your ways and stuff, I guess. But like, I think that I misinterpreted that what was actually happening in a lot of ways, because of course they were destroying stuff too. But I was more talking about because they were also talking about how the dragons were destroying their stuff, or like the barbarians, quote unquote, were destroying their stuff. But I think I misinterpreted it completely. And I also, like, in my head, I was like, oh, they were like there first, which I don't think they were, because we were talking about the idea that King Deseret was there before these guys as well. And the dragons were there first as well. So really it's like, disregard whatever. I'm like, the barbarians, they shouldn't be destroying this thing. Because again, I just really misinterpreted and was kind of confused about a lot of the stuff that was happening. For when a new entity comes in, a new world comes into place, and new things are coming into place, it's very, very, it's upsetting sometimes, right? But the people of Fontaine have not done anything, and also it's very clear that that we had a contingency plan here of someone that definitely cared about all his people, but also not Remus, but definitely cared about all his people. But also at the same time, like, it's clear that everything down here when it came to Phobos went very, very wrong. By the way, I'm not saying Remus didn't care about his people, because I think Remus, like, did care, but he cared about them in, like, the sense of, like, he wanted them to become, like, these true gods. That's what he wanted, which to me is always dangerous. It's always dangerous to want to ascend above your true form. It's scary even, I would say. That's the way I put it, guys. It's definitely the way I put it. And it's very clear that Remus, like, while was willing to follow his they call him Imperator as well, right? The Imperator. While he's willing to follow his Imperator, he was not willing to, like, give up his personal ideals, I suppose. Illuminate the horn and awaken the score engraved here and allow the actors on stage to... Okay, the rest is in your hands. Let's go. I'm excited for this. And, like, with Cassiodor, like, seeing them in their true form was such an amazing moment as well. It really was. Oh. Is this what it is? Like, it's like one of these puzzles, which are amazing, by the way, all the time. Which are legitimately the most amazing puzzles ever. I love them so much. Are we done with that? I think we're done with that, right? I probably put a note in there, but I got Remus and Boethius mixed up, by the way, guys. I'm sorry for, like, because I think the reason I get mixed up with that is probably just because the name themselves, you know what I mean? Do we have to return these birds here? Go! Oh, so we just literally have to, like, hit them with the power. Yeah, so, like, so everything I said there for the past while, if I said Remus, I meant Boethius. I mixed up the names. But you'll get what I'm saying anyway. I think you guys will, like, give me some leeway there as well. Especially when there's, like, with a world quest, there's so many new names. We have to, like, oh, there's one more. Where's the other one? I think you guys understand from my perspective that, like, especially when there's, like, so many different names in these games. Especially with world quests, sometimes I tend to get them mixed up. Oh, you can go there. Yeah. Cool little puzzle. I actually do enjoy puzzles like that. Like trying to join up the thing, you know, the image. Oh, over here? You showing us something? What's it gonna look like? Because they're bringing the past back, right? Oh, Jesus Christ, they're gonna actually like bring the whole duck. Yeah, they're gonna actually bring the duck together. Oh my God. It's always like, I always feel very like a selfish feeling when stuff like this happens, because it's like, yes, we're telling, you know, rightly so, we're telling Remus that the past can't be brought back, right? And it shouldn't be brought back. Sorry, Boethius, I keep saying Remus. We're telling Boethius the past can't be brought back. But it's also like, wow, this is the prettiest thing ever. Let's bring back the past. Let's bring back this bridge. But let's not bring back let's not kill people. Let's just bring back this bridge. It's very pretty. The aqueduct. The duct. I forgot you can just do this, which is superb. Like, this game, like, thought of, like, that as well. Even though swimming's not a hassle. The golden bee. Here they are, okay. So pretty. This is actually massive. It's actually a massive place. Much bigger than I thought it would be. Oh. Fantastic source, let's go. Oh my God, it's so pretty looking, isn't it? More enemies down there as well. It's so crazy that they are literally like, you know, as both of you described it. And that's the thing as well. It's like, it has to be difficult looking at all these guys and saying, you know, they don't get to live their normal lives anymore. Like, these were the people of their world, you know? Now turn to this state. It has to be difficult. Like, even me looking at them now, I'm kind of like, you know, getting sad about it. It's just like at the end of the day, and we need to understand this, guys. Oh, the music. The music. At the end of the day, it's like I can listen to your hardships for, you know, as much as I possibly can. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again. My heart doesn't have an infinite amount of space. Just as most people's hearts are, you know, it's a great line from Mikasa, you know. I only have so much room to care about a lot of stuff. And it's not that there's no room to care, because I care so much about the story, but also, we're not letting you destroy the you know, Fontaine. It's not happening. Up there as well. Can we just get them from this, or do we have to climb up this and actually get them?
Squall and fury.
It's just like always. Like this. Did that work? Did that not work? How are we doing this, by the way? Like, I'm, because in the water it's easy. Hold. Hold. No? Okay, let's just try. There's probably like, since it's been a day since the last time I played, I'm willing to bet that there's a mechanic that I'm like forgetting. So that guy went over there. So we need to, it's this guy over here we need to get. Isn't that right, Vaughn? Okay, I actually did this puzzle here. I thought I literally recorded the end of it. I stopped recording for a moment and came back, and I was like, okay, I can. It was actually, this bird was actually in the right place. But yeah, it was actually very simple. It was just the same as before. The music here is so freaking beautiful. It actually hurts. It hurts so freaking bad how beautiful the music is here. Irelist once divided the phenomenon into 4 categories: substance, property, quality, and relation. Quality is a keystone, which is what is often called quadrant of qualities: memories, wishes, soul, and persona. The so-called piercing the ego, or to play one's own music, is to pure substance and quality, thus completely controlling one's own will, such that musica humana may be the musica mundana, but the music is both mortals and gods is fated to be fragile, just like strings pull taunt. Even should they collapse on themselves, they cannot play a tone more sonorous than the pipes. Thus, as when you order slaves to play music, the ratio of the instruments present must be adjusted to avoid profaning the melody of morality. Only by integrating and blending the melodies of morals can a symphony that can vie with Fortuna be written. This is the Phobos in which you speak. So Phobos is a melody of mortals? Okay. One can imagine that Phobos playing all would collapse in an instant. Mortals and gods are destined to be conquered by Fortuna and sink to the dreamless dreams. No matter how you change your own tune, you will finally reach the preordained note. As a musician, you should know that if one last note can't be changed, then the melody itself too, they cannot write their own music. And this is even an end more terrifying than death. In other words, for mortals, distance from Phobos is tantamount to betrayal. The louder their music, the more resolute their wishes. The firmer the order of Fortuna becomes, none can escape. Therefore, they cannot be regarded as humans equal to us. Their choices do not come from their own will, but rather the course of charted them by Fortuna. They have not the freedom to make their own decisions. All they do is play on the final note as that was written for all along. Based on morality and rationality, the only choice to have to eradicate from the soil and waters as eradicate the plagues and extinguish wildfires. Otherwise, Fortuna's symphony will grow to deafening roar. Until then, there are no and never shall be other possibilities, and never again will it be possible to choose rebellion. This is why I feel like I am right when I say there's only so much room in my heart. It's like, yes, it's like we can understand the idea of wanting to defy fate and the idea of like wanting to stay in your own space and all this stuff, or wanting to keep your land from being attacked. But it's like they're saying based on morality and rationality, which is like, again, what are you talking about? To eradicate them from the soil because they can't choose their own fate. So eradicate everyone because they don't have their own free will is what you're saying, and they're slaves, quote unquote, to Fortuna. It's very talking down to language, and it's honestly disgusting in a lot of ways. So they're saying like eradicate these people as we would eradicate wildfires and plagues. Like it's very difficult to like sympathize with that. Like not very difficult at all. It's just not possible to sympathize with that rhetoric, I should say. Like it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, we can understand for as long as we can where like someone might come from with like, you know, oh, they're attacking us, they're doing this or doing that. But then like it's like, okay, yeah, but you're talking about eradicating people as if they were a plague. There's only like, you know, certain types of people who talk like that, and they aren't nice, you know? There's not one nice person in the history of the world who ever said like, oh, we're doing with rationality and morality, we are going to destroy this plague of humans who cannot think for themselves. At least that's what I got from that letter. And you again, I know someone will correct me if I am wrong anyway. Like saying they're less than because they are slaves to Fortuna, and saying that's a fate worse than death. Oh, it looks like the waterways are reconnected. Next we should go back and look for that big lunk, eh? Hein wonders how Monsoros is doing. We gotta hurry up. Wonder what's going on. Is it happening again? Is it happening again? Whoa. I had a dream. In that dream, even mortals had free will and their fates were uncertain. It's really difficult to write beautiful music to wake up to. Remus, I must remember. Let's see what I took the picture there. I had a dream. In that dream, even mortals had free will and their fates were uncertain. It truly is difficult to write beautiful music. Time to wake up from the dream. So they see this as like the symphony of someone's life is that even if like you try to play a different note at the end, you will get to the same ending no matter what. You will be just playing that song, even if you try to defy your fate. And they're saying that this is like something that is worse than death. This is a fate worse than death. And my whole thing with this is that I can tell like the idea of like not being able to like have your own free will is horrible, right? The idea is horrible. But I think that they totally like misinterpret the idea of what like fate is in Fontaine compared in the world in Tevat, compared to what they see it as. They saw this as a painful thing that they couldn't, that because they looked at the prophecy probably and said like the prophecy is going to lead us all to death, even though we came along and defied that. They had no idea we were going to come along and defy that though. But I will always like reference. We just did a quest with Sino, where we hung out with Kaveh and Al-Haytham and all those characters before we came along. Say Tanari and Sino had a beautiful life. You know what I mean? Now, here's the thing. Kaleo obviously was struggling. A lot of characters were struggling. The academia was in a horrible state. Nahida was in a horrible state, right? Their fate was horrible, right? Before we came along and kind of changed things. We changed the course of fate for a lot of people, right? But I think they need to understand as well that it's like just because someone's fate is predetermined doesn't mean that their life is less than yours. Because those moments where Sino played TCG for all his life, are you going to tell him that those moments are like just because he was supposed to play TCG, that it's any less powerful or magical to him? Are you saying that just because like for sure, Kai and Jean were supposed to have that lovely conversation in the morning one morning, like that they both remember and they both chuckled about, maybe they both had a nice chat. You're saying that is supposed to be like, that's just means nothing to me. Like the idea of fate is important in this world. But also the idea of like saying someone is less than just because they're all the stuff that they do is like predetermined is to me not conducive at all and not constructive in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, it's in some ways evil. I know like it may sound weird for me to say that, to be like, oh well, like it's okay to not have your fate determined. We understand as well though, like the part of the story, this whole game story, is that we have defied people's fates, that we have like saved people from certain doom. We understand that this is like a true thing, that this is a true concept. Like, I'm not stupid when it comes to this, that if we didn't come along, Nahida would be in trouble, that Vaughn would be still in that experiment where he tries to become a god, that there's a possibility that Calais would get worse with her condition. Same with Junior's. I'm using Sumera here because I feel like the idea of like fate is like always like, that was one of the biggest first times we were like, oh, fate. Not the one of the first times, but like one of those, times. If you look at Fontaine, there's a possibility that if we didn't come to Fontaine, there's a lot of characters as well that would have like a very big, we were the unknown variable that changed all that in that story as well. Even though like Farina, her struggle for 500 years waiting for something to happen and was very real and it's a team effort. I understand that a lot of stuff bad would happen, but like also, who am I to say to like, Fremini that he's predetermined to have this world, and again, I understand that fate is like not just like, it's not just this idea where like everything is predetermined. It's more like the serious stages in your life, but you get what I'm saying. Because you can still probably like, I still think that they can choose their interests and their loves and they have their own personalities. I don't think they're like this predetermined personality. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Remus, I must remind you that in my view both your kingdom and symphony you compose are now beyond your control. Though I've never expected much from those created by the usurper of the many waters and nurtured by yourself, the extent of the degradation is shocking nonetheless.
And this is the thing as well, it's like from the dragon's perspective, it's like everyone took our place, you know what I mean? Like it was our world before anybody's. Like, what are you talking about?
The civilization created by you and your subjects shone brighter than all others in this world, but not remains now but deep impenetrable darkness. The atrocities committed in the name of civilization and order were far crueler than even pure barbarism, even though savage and violent Vishaps would never engage in such meaningless slaughter.
There you go. I mean, and there it is, right? It's like the idea of like killing people in cold blood. It's like they can call people barbarians all they want, but what you're doing is like disgusting. I'm perfectly aware of all that you say. You know, and yet you remain indifferent. Are you powerless?
No, you can easily destroy those mortals who deserve punishment if you so wish, but you cannot bring yourself to do it. You love humanity. This is a curse you bear as a usurper.
So another idea of calling them a usurper as well. We've heard the idea of a usurper so many times, like with King Desret. King Desret the usurper with a pep. It's such an interesting thing when we hear the perspective of the dragons or the Vishaps that were around from that time. being able to talk like almost directly into our minds. It's time for you to depart, while I not aid in butchering innocent mortals, but neither do I harbour any desire to stop them. You once promised the usurper of many waters that you would use the pure water that granted you to create a world of endless prosperity, one without conflict. I followed you to service precisely because I wished to witness that future, but this has now turned out. You failed, Remus. You could not defeat fortune. So there it is. All this, after all these efforts, after all this work, you did not defy fortune. You did not defy your fate. Blood shall stain the high sea red once more. Such is the cruelty the heavens show to their creations.
Is this Celestia punishing them? I have a plan.
Oh, you always want to have many plans, Remus, but all of them lie in dust now. Even you do not know where it all went wrong.
Would you like to hear it? This will be the last one.
I distinctly recall you saying the same thing when you persuaded me to leave the Fontamer, but speak now before I turn there, to the side of the usurper of many waters. Fascinating, fascinating. Only you could be so toweringly selfish, you're utterly selfless.
Yet so utterly selfless. Interesting.
You ever took me to account, did you? Recklessness, how terribly rash of you, usurper lord of mortals. Still, your plot pleases me. The mere thought of leading my bishop trampling your arrogant, foolish people under my foot brings me joy.
But this shall be a mere ceremony, just a show, so it wasn't meant to be a full attack? Merciful. So it was meant to be like for show. Yeah. So this is, again, from Boethius' perspective, he's like, these bishops they tried to kill us. But this was all just like a plan that was supposed to be like a show of some sort.
But if you do this, your life and God as a god shall come to an end. There will be nothing left but the symphony. Have you considered this fully?
Of course, of course. The box of horrors that I opened, so too shall be shut. So it was very realized by Remus that they had created something like a Pandora's box that they needed to close.
Good, then I accept your proposal. If this time should come, I shall join my strength to that of your symphony. Phobos' chains shall be broken and your people shall once more be free.
In that case, please accept my final symphony. Wow. So breaking the idea of Phobos was the plan. So that once again, they will be free for... Oh my freaking god. Again, since Phobos, this is how Phobos was broken as well. The city built by the harp was toppled by... Oh no! Let's save recent gameplay. Let's go for like 15 seconds. The city built by the harp was toppled by piping reeds, that which the heavens have in store for us. The fate that balances good and evil. So, the city that was built by this music was toppled by this music. By the piping of reeds. So is that like the, either the sound of reeds or is it closing the reeds? That which the heavens have in store for us. Fate that balances good and evil. So the heavens are like, hey, no, this is not, what we have in store for you is a balance to the world. Did you see Remus's memories again, Wonder? That's incredible. There's another one of Mr. Evil's and Rude's this time. Even in dreams, that jerk is super irritating. Yeah, he's pretty horrible. We must destroy Phobos. To accomplish it, we'll need to play Scylla's symphony. What was that, Osse? What did you see in the memory?
Fascinating. Remus' power still lingers in the deep seas and is not yet dispersed. And I too am here at last. Do you know what this means?
The conditions have been fulfilled. Oh my god.
Indeed, that's why I've come to you with you, to make amends for millennium regret. Now the final question is Phobos.
Wait, Paimon's confused. What are you using the music for? It's nice that you understand each other and all, but you're leaving Paimon out. That's unfair. Tell her what's going on. Yeah, we'll tell you. The final symphony Remus gave me, or the Requiem, is an order for the Phobos to self-destruct. He was to sacrifice himself to unleash the symphony's power, and would fall to me to control the primordial savage energies that he would awaken. That's how he would free his subjects from their stone bodies and give them back forms of flesh and blood, destroying the artificial barrier between races. So once Phobos is destroyed, this barrier that was created, that he tried to give them eternal bodies that was free from flesh, would be gone. He once instructed me not to reveal his plan to any of his subjects, for it was only by making them realize their limitations that prejudice and arrogance could be set aside.
because they felt like they were limitless and so powerful. Just as Boethius said, why do you help these people? You could subjugate them. You could do whatever you wanted. Why are you doing this? They believe because they have no limitations on their bodies that they were better than everyone else. It appears, however, that you have pieced together his plan through the memories left behind, Wonder. So that's what happened, but his sacrifice was wasted in the end. Perhaps, but now that my soul has been freed, there's a chance to make amends. This is incredible. The lost souls Remus former subjects remain imprisoned in their statues. If we defeat that monstrosity, we can use that requiem to give their souls release, allowing them to return to the high sea, to the eternal cycle of life and death. That way I may consider myself to have fulfilled this wish. Perhaps that's why I came here. Yeah. Indeed, Avalon, perhaps it's indeed a fated encounter. That's what's so crazy they're saying this. It's like, yes, we defy fate. But is it also some weird fate of another place or another world or maybe another being that we are also here? You know? Final, oh my god, the finale. This is stunningly beautiful. This whole idea. Release Ichor to connect the aqueducts. Let's go. Watch this. Summon the currents. Bam. This is such an interesting way to do it as well. So it seems that's what they're saying. Like, they want to reverse while... It's kind of interesting. There's two reversals going on here. While Boethius wants to reverse everything to where they are like the true beings again and they own Fontaine again, or they at least have their land atop on Fontaine again. We want to return everything to where... We don't want to return that. We want to turn their bodies to the barrier between their, like, the human and, like, the limitless being. We want that to fall. Because it was a mistake. It was a mistake. Stunning, and it's, like, falling down, like, through chutes as well. Nah, man. Genshin's insane that, like... We have world quests that just do this all the time. And when I say not exactly this, because every world quest is so different. Like I know I like lecturing you guys about this doesn't mean a thing. Because you guys are like, Calvo, we're literally watching this because we love world quests. we love world quests. Literally, like, I will say this, my channel has become like a very big thing when it comes to world quests because I have just a lot of world quest watchers that have joined the channel. Just a lot of them. But like, you guys understand that like everything is so different in every one of these world quests, but they have these amazing moments that you will never see in the main story. Like, they're so different and varied, and they have these, like, very, like, physical, like, world-changing moments, whether it be a tree growing or the aqueduct getting flown out here as well, the chasm changing, dragon spine. There's so many, like, different world quest, like, changes that change the world physically that are so beautiful. The gates of Domus Aureus will swing wide open, just as they did when the golden waterways rang with song, in the days when melody of the fellow would flow from this place to all lands beyond. I can hear it already, that beautiful music. Let us play together Wonder Pie and use to gain access to Domus Aurea. So this is how we're going to gain access to it? Oh my god, and we're going down the aqueduct as well. This is just gorgeous. Wait, is that a musical note? Oh my god, we're doing a freaking like music mini game now. I'm not playing it perfectly for sure. This is so beautiful. The fact that we even like... No. 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 I have chills all over. Stop. That is... Look, all the little bubbles dancing, little flowers dancing. This is beautiful. This is one of the great, like, how is it that every new thing I do in Genshin is just like this like new, beautiful, amazing thing that we get to experience? Oh my god. I'm lucky. Oh my god, look at the sky. Well, the waters. Oh my god. How can I can't even express. I can't even express how beautiful this is. Other than I am lucky. The vocals are haunting. I'll never forget this. And look how clean everything is. I feel so freaking lucky that I got to witness this. Incredible. No. That was tough. That was the most beautiful thing I've ever done in Paimon. Yes, it probably was difficult. I found it to be the most, like one of the most beautiful songs. Again, that says so much that, like, every time I play a new, like, quest in this game, I'm like, holy crap, this has stunned me. How is it that I'm 800 hours into this game and still I'm like, oh my god. Like, I can't think of a game in the history of my life where I would play for this long and still be like, like, every freaking quest. Looks like look like the guts of some giant machine. I'd like, no. Beautiful vocals. The way they set everything up with, like, the set piece was absolutely beautiful as well. The way we joined with the fish as well as we were swimming along, and the bees as well when we were swimming along, and joined as well with Scylla. It was so beautiful. This looks more like guts in some giant machine than it does a palace. This place is very familiar. Is this the same place you saw in Remus's memories? I don't think every time I try to, like, get into, like, the conversation here, I'm like, I just remembered that, like, that moment we just had. I'm just like, we have been through so freaking much. Like, and in this quest, and getting to see something that as well, like that as well. I feel so lucky. Things are gonna get ugly if he succeeds. We don't know what's become of Monster Osse either, but we've got no choice but to keep going. We're inside this palace as well. The game's so generous when it comes to world quests, by the way, as well. Like, they give these waypoints, you can just warp out and come back in. They're so generous.
The wind rises.
We got so many of these along the way, too. Oh my god, oh my god. Is that like... We're in the real... Well, the real one in terms of, like... Yeah. It's not a memory. Is he there? Where is he? Persistent garbage. Did you repair the broken aqueducts to celebrate my birth as a god of ancient days? Is that you? I must warn you, my new world requires no such things, nor will I require ships. For I shall find eternal happiness within my symphony. We're about to add some N-bar lines to you. Oh, that's us. We're saying a cool line. We're about to add some N-bar lines to your score. That's actually very cool. That's right. You best admit defeat now and release everyone's souls, and also hand over Monster Osse. Cassiodor has also already agreed to join in this grand ritual. He's returned to Remuria's embrace, and wills belonging to Remuria shall merge into one body. Where now is your friendship? Was it not merely your own presumptiveness and inflated sense of importance? Wait, there's Cassiodor. Monster Osse. Just trust me. Yes, we do. I trust you so much. You have no idea. In such a short time, I trust you. Was that supposed to be quiet? That was very quiet. Oh my god. And it's the music for this as well. I'm sorry, it's so stunning. Like, we're consistently getting to, like, see this amazing... Destroy these? Consistently getting to, like, see these, like, beautiful boss battles every time. I feel like as well, like, you know, we've been, like, and it's like we've been taking it slow, but also tearing through stuff as well, just because, like, it's just the way things go. Oh, are you playing? They're playing an instrument. They're playing an instrument. Oh my god. This is incredible. But we're getting to see so many amazing, like, every single episode, there's, like, a new amazing, like, boss. There's a new amazing battle. Again, over here. No, over this one. Please. We need to destroy them all as well, by the way.
My guiding star. Let's light it up.
Like, you know what I mean? Every single time now. Like, we had the thing with, like, Sino. Oh my god, Vaughn. This guy destroyed us. Holy. Okay. We're gonna have to do this without, our girl. For a bit. I didn't expect that at all. I don't even have that much healing. We have some radish soup, I suppose. But we're gonna get interrupted a lot.
The wind rises.
No damage? Oh, because it's a cutscene. Okay, I was like, what's happening? So sick. What? How? Why can't I control this bot? Cassiodor from the inside. Oh my god. I have you at last, Boethius. All you will here is Phobos also. This time there is no escape. Why? I am Remus, the conductor of symphony. How did he stab himself? Have you forgotten before the Phobos cut me away, I too was a Remus, and now I've returned to the symphony. You are the sole conductor no longer. So you agreed to join me to lower my guard, only to betray me once more. And Remuria both. No, you don't understand. He is not betraying Remuria. Think of our kid, tragically imprisoned beneath the waters of torment. They suffered for millennia. Will you truly destroy our cause? Obliterate our final hope for the sake of those who scurry and crawl on dry land? You are the traitor here and the one who imprisoned our people. That is why our nation fell to its ruinous fate. Yep. The justice that our Sebastios, the Imperator, gave to us, that golden ideal, was for us to follow the melody of our hearts and obtain the freedom to grasp our fate. We did not wish to be judged by Fortuna, much less become your slaves. After Phobos was shattered, the people should have gained their freedom. If not for your deception, their nightmare would have ended long ago. Remuria has not fallen. With Phobos as its guiding star, it shall rise again. Though rock and metal may crash and clamor, humans cannot live without water and soil. No power, however great, that tramples upon the value of life has any meaning. Yes, 110%. Are you not human yourself, Boethius? We Remurians were all ordinary Fontanians once. Though we forsook our flesh, racked with pain and weakness, and gained immortal forms, we still have mortal souls, mortal emotions, and mortal fatality. Yes, and that's the thing. It's like they believe themselves, or he believes himself, Boethius believes himself to be above everyone else because of his body change, but they were once Fontanians of flesh and soul. But we forgot that. We forgot where we came from. Believed ourselves superior to other humans. Yes, and that's why Remuria fell. Because they could not fathom the idea of joining with a nation like Fontaine, or being peaceful with a nation like Fontaine. Do you remember my words, Wanda? Now it's time! Holy hell. Such an unbelievable, cool freaking story. We're gonna have a lot to talk about after this as well. Like, so much to talk about after this. Please don't get me again. Let you heal up a bit. We're so back. The playing of the melody is so freaking neat.
My guiding stars.
Swollen fury. Upon the gale.
Bleeding idol, by the way, which is such an interesting... Oh god. The music as well.
The wind rises.
Back to another cutscene? What? It's all dark now. Paimon's kind of dizzy now. And there's Cassiodor. Wonder if Paimon didn't think we'd be able to meet again like this. You're a Monsieur Osse. I love that she keeps calling him Monsieur Osse. Oh, Boethius here too. He's not going to try anything funny, is he? Whoa. And he's changing to like a harp every... No, wait, are Paimons are deceiving us? What's the thing floating over there? You see it too, then? That being hovers behind his illustrious illusion of Boethius. You found me, I see. The harp. No illusion that you see, you gaze upon Boethius in truth, for I am in truth Boethius. Of course I'm not only him, but you also? I'm every melody, every movement, every thought. I am a sum of all souls. What? I am Phobos. Oh, what? Because the harp is what Wait. So this isn't this is Phobos. This does not include your children from beyond, however. You're not part of us, so it does not include the Descenders. I don't play your melody. Holy hell, we're talking to Phobos? Phobos, so the great symphony that governs all, has a persona? Phobos said the witch's one Sibylla was originally a survivor of the last deluge that swallowed the earth. What? Sibylla's wish was to grant happiness to all the world who were called humans, but she had no persona and her strength was insufficient. Thus, she entrusted her wisdom to Remus. And with the addition of the power that Remus possessed, that symphony was created, that is to say, me. So she gave her power to Remus to create the symphony to give people happiness? Is that what she's saying? How can this... So the music we've all played all this time, the fate we accepted, all came from you. Yes, it is me, but also all of you. I am also you all, the aggregate of all of your wishes. So, like, to aggregate is to, like, repeat something, right? Or to like, to bring it forward, I suppose, in a lot of ways. And I suppose she took their wishes and, like, aggregated them. Eliminating our enemies, destroying other lives, destroying cities and villages. Are these also our wishes? Precisely. That's what you wish for, and so I responded. Plunder, hatred, slaughter, those two as a part of your wishes. Oh my dear lord. So because they wished for this, they sought themselves as superior, and they wished for slaughter and plunder and hatred. That's what they got. She gave them happiness. Is that what meant to give everyone happiness? Preposterous. It's a tainted happiness, though. Don't be sure that's just twisted and wrong. I agree. From me, what the perspective, it's like when a genie in a lamp. When you ask a genie in a lamp, I wish I had like 10 tons of gold, and they drop it on you. Like, you know what I mean? That kind of way. It's like you're giving someone exactly what they want. To me, isn't happiness all the time. Sometimes what you want is not what you need. It's not what you need to be happy. No, those aren't our true wishes. The arrogance, hatred that festered within us warped you, turned you into a terrifying monstrosity. Jesus, man. Such things will make no one happy, not us nor any living being. I agree. So he's saying that it was their twisted will that changed the perspective of Phobos. No wonder you led us to destruction. The Imperator himself must have sensed it, and that's why he tried to destroy him. Remus, yes, he did attempt to destroy me, but why? Without me, all of you would once again be plunged into confusion and agony. It's because their tainted wills tainted you, and he knew then he had to destroy you. So for all your sakes, I had no choice but to... Do you mean that Boethius even then had already... We could never have gone against Sebastian's commands unless the very symphony had rebelled against him. So what of Boethius? What have you done with him? Wait, so... Boethius is not even here? They were taking on the form of Boethius? And Phobos was... Is that what I'm getting? Phobos... Basically, because oh my god. Because Boethius could never even go against Sebastian's commands, it would have to have been the symphony. Well, he's become us, of course, or put it in a way you might understand. I ate him, just so simply put, so brutal for such a beautiful instrument. Ate him, oh no. But that also was his wish, only one I could fulfill. I'm sure it made him most happy indeed. So that's why Boethius became your puppet and why he did all he could to engineer your return. It's all for the happiness of you, for everyone. Wait, so... No, so that was Boethius' soul. But the reason why he did everything for her return is because Boethius was your puppet. No, it's time we put an end to this. It's all for the happiness of you and everyone. Yeah, bullshit. I'm sorry for saying I'm not saying bullshit because that's what they believe, but I'm saying that, like, again, I believe there's a difference between happiness, what you need, and what you want. You can, like, right now, right, you could give someone, like, if someone said, I want this to happen to someone, it would make me happy. You could give it to them, you could make it happen, but in the end, would they truly be happy? No, giving someone what they want isn't just giving them happiness. I've trapped you in this body, there's no way out, I shall destroy you utterly. Is your wish to disappear together with me? Would that make you happy? But I can't fulfill that wish. I am Remuria no longer, so I cannot become Frontanian. I already chose my favorite and agreed to help Sebastian attain this wish. Cassiodor is one of the best characters in this game ever. Like, such a interesting, layered, complicated character. Someone who is, like, again, selfless in their actions, but at the same time, they're trying to obtain their happiness as well, which is like ending this. It's like a 2% 2% selfishness in there too, which I actually love too, but it's a selfishness that is selfless, if that makes sense. This is my wish. For the reason for I wish to have I've wandered this world. I will end the millennium-old nightmare. And I believe Cassiodor. That you can see, you can't even see their eyes, but you can feel it in what they're saying. Now wander, Phobos and I destroy us both. But I have to do it? But I genuinely like you a lot. I'm filled with joy, Wander, for I've learned the Sebastian's plans and hopes. And I want to make it clear as well, like, we should condemn all of them, even Cassiodor, for what they did, right? It was their horrible wills that led to this happening, right? But the reason I as Cassiodor, as a character, I think is amazing, is that you have a character that realized this. That is a contingency plan of realizing that this is a horrible thing. Same with Sebastos. Like, same with Remus. They knew that this stuff was getting out of hand. And they learned and they realized what, and it's like realizing what the opposite of true happiness is. To free everyone from the symphony, from hatred and strife through his sacrifice. Even to the last, he desired to save his people. Now I shall fulfill the wish he could not see through. It's our final chance. And only you can help us seize it again. That is why the Imperator, why fate brought you here, my friend. So he believes that we are still brought here by fate. Even though. Oh my god.
Behold!
Wait, is something changing? A melody, perhaps? Whoa. Yeah, and these are like the people. These are the people of Remuria. They put them to death. Monstrous, is that you? Oh my god. It's finally over. It seems that I shall soon fade. Cassiodor. It's alright. I finished walking the road I was meant to, and fulfilled that which I was meant to fulfill. That scene there with the humans, the human golems of Remuria destroying this in the end. It's almost like they are taking their own fate back into their hands in a way. Even, you know what I mean? It does feel that way. The world shall no longer have Cassiodor, nor shall it have the Golden Hunter. I am certain that the people of the present world shall continue to live normal, happy lives. But, Wander upon me, my thanks for accompanying to this point. It was an amazing journey. My journey has reached its final destination. But yours has yet to end. Wander's soft eyes kill me every time. Please play the Requiem for me. And for my Imperator's wishes, let our souls return to the present world and return to the great sea. If water loses its clarity, how shall it become water again? If a tree leaves the soil, where shall it go to put down roots? Through rock and metal may crash and clamor. Humans cannot live without water and soil. Though rock and metal may crash and clamor, which is the golems, humans cannot live without water and soil. How they try to look down on humans, but humans can't live with, you know, it's the lifeblood of all the people of Teyvat. Perhaps we shall meet again someday in a fertile land of flowing water. Beautiful. Holy, just like that? Just like that? I know, it's just, oh my god, new pet, stay with us. What's happening now? Wait. Are we playing them the Requiem? We can't call him Osse or Osse anymore. That was an incredible scene. Absolutely incredible. Guys, there's so much to talk about. I'm sorry for coughing. If I was standing up, I would fall into my freaking knees. If I was standing up, I would have fallen to my freaking knees. Holy freaking hell. It's stunning. It is beautiful.
Too slow.
So beautiful. Nusilla. Meow, meow, Osse. No, it's just don't worry. Big guy, you scared Osse.
You mean Cassiodor? No, that familiar feeling has disappeared. Where has Cassiodor gone off to? He's returned to one of those stone bodies again?
Cassiodor is no longer with us. Cassiodor Monsterosi disappeared along with Boethius and Phobos. Cassiodor's story is so interesting to me. We're going to be talking about all of that, guys, in oh my god, we're giving... Yeah, but to talk about it briefly, because we're going to talk about everything at the end of this, but Cassiodor is a character who was part of the horrible things that were happening back then, was part of the will of Phobos being tainted, but such an incredible character to realize, or to become a contingency plan and spend a millennia trying to right this wrong. Like, incredible stuff. Such an interesting character. Like, a very great companion to have along with you. Very spirited, very fun to be around as well. Meow, meow, you're beautiful. You're beautiful, Osse. Yeah, if I was going, Osse, I guess you're just surprised by the biggest appearance, huh? Who's a brave kitty whom? That's right, you are. See, Paimon's the sweetest person in the freaking world. Sweetest person ever.
So you vanquished that evil apparition, and Cassiodor was able to fulfill his own wishes. I'm certain that his soul has returned to the deep waters, and is now reunited with his kin. So as long as we complete Remus's final symphony, we shall be able to send their souls back to the present, back to the high sea. Life flows like water. They will join the current, and one day they will surely be reborn as mortals. Well then, let us begin. Perform the final movement, this final requiem.
Let's go. Such a beautiful story, this whole thing. Are we playing it? The bees! With Soul Rush with as well. We are playing it. Oh, and Soul Rush is dancing. That's so nice. I love that. Music is such a powerful thing in Genshin, right? It's such a powerful thing, and this is such a beautiful moment as well. Stunning. You gotta watch the screen because it might appear at any time. Now this is beautiful. The fact that they're even like letting us do something, I guess, is so like beautiful to me, and it's lighting up all these areas as well. Do you hear the song rising? You hear the song rising? Stunning. And these bees doing this melody as well with us. Nah, that's so fun. I hope to bring back this mechanic. The vocals. It's such a beautiful track. And look at the, oh my god, it's like the freaking, oh, and they're going into the water? It's like the freaking play. Oh my god. This is so beautifully, like, done. I'm lucky. I'm so lucky that I got to experience this. I'm kind of like, one of those things is like this song is making me tear up a little bit. I'm also trying to like stay focused just in case anything happens again, but It's so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. And look at Wander, he's standing up here now. And so rushed in the big pose as well. Oh my god. With Scylla going across the sky. That track. Please tell me the name of that track. Following the current compromised congregate souls and you depart upon the water realm. Okay. We left the underwater area. Oh, look how weird you look at this. It like looks so unnatural, but at the same time that like what makes it look so cool, we're over Petrichor again. So everyone get their souls back? Did you see how we were swimming and turning with Scylla as well as if you were like a whale also? So amazing. After everything is over, you return to where it all began, the town of Petrichor. There's other songs here, man. There's a few other songs that are locked. How do we get these? We'll have to definitely try and find these then, for sure, right? I think I definitely want to see if we can find these. Fate is like a spinning loom that never ceases after being watered by tears. New flowers will bloom forth from the ground. The guilty humans rise above the sea of suffering and return to the womb. Oh heavens, please grant them peace. The oceans of tears converge to dry. Please tell me about our labors have not been in vain. Rest in peace now after all has ended. Yes. Finally. Finally they get to rest in peace. All those people who were like, you know, filled with ichor. Finally. That's the song that she was singing. I need to... It's a beautiful track. It's I would say it's like, in terms of just like pure emotion, Symphony's bounty. So this is the whole thing. We need to find these tracks, for sure. Is the symphony that Remus left to us finally coming to an end? We completed the Requiem, the souls imprisoned in the ocean depths all seem to have left. The townspeople should be knocked back to normal as well, right? You look you went from being scary to being something that I could hug. Thank you for completing this final musical movement. These wishes that have endured for thousands of years. Whether it was mine, Remus, or that of anyone who wishes to protect the peace of this world. That reminds Paimon of Monster Us. You cutie. You like that name too? We're not talking about you right now, though. His soul returned to the high sea. Their last can be, he can be at peace. I imagine that was akin to a release for him. Yes, and a release for a lot of these people, right? Like this millennia of suffering. As my kindred and descendants seem to be new. It seems that a new true dragon has been born for us. Yes, Nervalette! Though as one who is prince amongst Hydra bishops, I should go forth and seek an audience. It's hard to say if I still count as Dragonborn now. Nervalette would make the time for you. That would be amazing. Too much time has passed, so little in this world has anything to do with me. And believe me, you have someone who, if you talk about your ideals, Scylla, your ideals are so... Well, oh god, I'm going to say very sad. Your ideals are so, like, they so live on in Nervalette. That made me, like, it's so true, though. The idea that, of like, the lack of, you know, the lack of suffering, making sure people don't suffer. The idea of like equality, the idea that people should be like judged on their own merits, all this stuff. Like you, like it really is like Nervalette living on through the true you, like your ideals as well. Not intentionally so, but what do you plan to do next? Well, now it's not as easy for me to gain my freedom, so I believe I shall have a good romp underwater. Take the romp. After all, there are none who should disturb me any longer, save you perhaps. Hey, what do you mean disturb? Hi, Chest. You're still not due to return to your own place? Let us part ways here, then. Or would I say, but further visits on your part be appreciated. It might get lonely now that everyone is gone after all. You just missed already, don't you, you big lug? We will meet again. See you around, big guy is way better at this moment. We're having a laugh together. And that's the whole point of this. Looking at you, I even begin to look forward to the future of terrestrial beings. He just said to us, looking at you, I look forward to more alien invasions. He just said that to us. Looking at you, I'd love to have a few more aliens around. And then until we meet again. This is amazing. Citlali leaves amongst the turbulent waves. Where should we go next? With this music, it feels so weird to be back on top. We should go to Mr. S to tell him everything's fine now. We did promise to go after all. And there's Osse too. What should we call him now? Things get complicated. Let's head back to town first. Is that the entire quest completed? It is. But now we have... like going back to talk to S, right? Well, we should go up and talk to S anyway, right? And see what he has to say about all this as well. We got a lot of rewards for that. How many, like, we got a lot of gems for that world quest. Like, I'm sorry, like 600 gems? That's a lot. Like, we have Citlali now, so we don't have to worry too much about that anyway. But yeah, pretty freaking incredible stuff. Incredible. We'll talk about more. We're going to talk to S first, then we'll talk about everything that's happening more here as well. A strange dream is what they're seeing it as, but where is S? Should be in the center, right? Let's see. Este, where are you? Este, where are you? There you are. We're back. Oh, it isn't wait. Oh, who are you? You kind of forgotten us already. We're Wanderer and Paimon. Wanderer and Paimon, I've indeed heard tell those names, but I could have sworn I've heard that in a dream. Oh, there he was dreaming too. But you were definitely awake then, Esther. Also, why are we below? Didn't we even see... Yeah, we saw the other S. I dreamed that everyone in town was petrified, turned to statues of stone, leaving me utterly helpless and alone. What? Until finally 2 brave heroes came and shouldered the burden of rescuing everyone. Could it be that it was no dream at all? That's not important. After all, everyone's back to normal now, aren't they? But it seems as though everyone had some strange dreams indeed. Just what happened? Could we all have been hypnotized en masse? It would take us ages to explain it all probably. Just forget about the hypnosis thing for now. Well, speaking of hypnosis, you two even brought over a cat. It looks quite intelligent. He's our companion. This isn't the new party member. That's true, but we still can't take him with us on our journey. Oh, you're gonna give him to S? Well, no, isn't it a coincidence? Our club just happens to have an open bed for cats available. It's been unoccupied ever since the hypnosis researcher went on a traveling and took his cat with him. If you don't mind to leave him here with us, we'll take care of him. He's gonna be on our journey. But I'm glad he has a home. I'm not gonna complain about that. Though I can't quite put my finger on it. It feels like we're bound up together, almost as by fate. I'll help you take very good care of him indeed. The cattery is on the other side of the building. Just walk over there and you'll see it. Let's go, Osse. Let's go. For yesterday and for tomorrow. That sums up this quest so freaking much. Oh my god, look, you have a new home, Osse. This will be your home now, Osse. I don't want to say goodbye to this cat. I love this cat. So it feels a bit weird. Cassiodor should have already left here, right? So who's Osse now? Is it the original cat that had been indwelt with Cassiodor? Or is it Monsieur Osse that has shared all those adventures with us? Paimon's brain was cramping up now. Osse is Osse, just like when you say Paimon is Paimon. Though Paimon still doesn't get it, it does make for a certain kind of sense. Yeah, just Osse is Osse. We don't have to think about it too hard. We found a new home for Osse now too. If you got time, maybe we can come play with them. Meow meow. Beautiful way to end this as well. Maybe now we can rub Osse and they won't get angry at us. Yeah? What you think, Osse? You like the head pets? Yeah, you like the head pets? Oh, your baby head pets. Oh, your baby. The ears, or you like the ears? What about the chin? Oh, you love the chin. Oh, the baby. What about the... You don't like the arms though, no? Oh, you kind of like... Oh, the arms okay. What about the back? You like the back? Oh, you like... Oh my god, the belly. Oh, the belly gets rubbed now. That's what you get. That's what you get for rolling your back out your belly whooped. What a day. What a time. We went on a freaking journey and we and everyone's back to normal, by the way. So, Paul, have you heard any funny noises lately? I think you make noises, Uncle. Does that count? Shadow over Petrichor and Lilia's riddles is going too. Anyways, Paul, have you ever heard of something weird that wouldn't be believed by anyone you wouldn't told adults? Now you mentioned, I think I heard some strange noises in my sleep. And then what? What do you think, Miss Paul? Have you heard it before? Let me think about it. Let's spin around in TCG and if you win, I'll tell you. Wait, look, we've played days now and still. It's alright if you don't wanna. I'll just play with Miss Contrarian then. Interesting. Okay, so everyone's kind of back to normal. Where was the people we talked to before? There was one guy we talked to here before. I want to talk to him now. I talked to you, right? I was out for so long, was still sleeping. Why did I have such a strange dream? A strange dream, perhaps? That's right. For some reason, it's an especially strange one. In the dream, I was constantly fighting with these weird fellows, no different from work, really. There was a strange researcher from Fontaine Research Institute in my dream who claimed they had discovered the secret treasure of the Lily Cruz's Ordo and planned to transform us onto clockwork mecha. What? And the normal kind. When I'm talking about machines made of stone, I mean, it was a dream, right? Some people don't really exist. Whatever the case, I've been losing sleep in the fight against those guys. I bet Captain Cheverus wouldn't have trouble with that, let alone me. Secret treasure of Lily Cruz's Ordo? That's just a ridiculous legend. They claim that there was a secret organization several years back known as the Lily Cruz Ordo, and they let find treasures in Petrichor that can make anyone's wishes come true. Sounds exactly the sort of tale you tell a sucker tourists, and don't you think? But some still believe it, like that Sumer researcher over there. It's been some time since I got bulk orders like these. Oh, hello. Would you like to order any instruments? I'll leave it to you. I thought you were gonna be a researcher. I'll be honest with you.
Too slow.
Okay. I think it's a good time to talk. First of all, I want to check in the water for a second here. I hope you guys don't mind. I want to see if is there a possibility that we can't go underwater here, right? Yeah, we can't because this is not the fun. This is not fun. This is Petrichor. This is technically not like a part of Fontaine, right? At least historically so. Let's first of all, let's go up to... Oh, we can take a picture up here now. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It's crazy where we started and where we ended up with this as well. I'm going to worship the statue. It might be weird now. I don't think we can unlock anything at the fountain, right? It might be weird now, me ending the episode last time, because I might put both of these videos together. And basically what I want to do more of maybe is if we're doing an episode where we do a world quest where we do it in 2 episodes, I might put those episodes together and then like either skip a day or put a much shorter video that day as well, right? And I feel like that's a really good way of doing it, because then like, you know, because if I uploaded like, I feel then you guys can see the conclusion to a quest much quicker in terms of the world quest that is like just 2 parts. And then like, you know, there's also, because there's times in between that as well, you know? Does that make sense? But we'll see how it goes. I'll see how I decided on that as well. Rewards. I'll take that. The next one is, how much do we have until we get the next one? We have 30. Yeah. And we can get a free wish. I don't think we have... I think we have a free wish with Lynette though, right? Maybe. No, we don't. Oh, Lynette's leveled up, by the way. She's in a party right now that I still have yet to name. I will be naming him though. I'll actually show you if you want to see the party. We're going to talk about everything in this quest, by the way, guys. I'm just kind of like, you know, in a bit of a shock state. It was so incredible. This is the team we're going with these guys. Let's try and piece all of this together. And I think actually we might go back to Petrichor to piece this together. I think that might be the best option. Oh, we can go under. Oh, that's the other area as well. Yeah, because if we want to go down below, there's still other areas that, like, and there's a boss battle as well we can fight too, which is pretty freaking sick. But yeah, I think we're going to go back to Petrichor to talk about this. It's a beautiful location, by the way, is Petrichor. It's gorgeous. Yeah, so from what I gather from the story, Remuria was a place that existed for over 1,000 years.
Too slow.
The creation of the symphony by Remus was a way to defy fate. Look at Celestia up there. Was a way to defy fate. And by creating by being not of flesh and being of stone and whatever that was, they would be able to like circumvent the idea of humans being punished, because to them, because they said like humans then were like barbarians, like they were just barbarians on the outside, right? And like the Vishaps or whatever, so like they thought if they became these creatures of stone that were no longer human, that they were of flesh, like they weren't of human flesh anymore, that they would be able to like defy the idea of fate, I suppose is the way you look at it. And I think that's like definitely like a possibility of what they, I think it is what they were going for with that. But what happened is that there was a brutality that was happening at the time. They created the Phobos as a way to like create the most like it was like what they said, like it was like peacefulness, and like was going to give them like all their future and like happiness, like all in one. And that's what Phobos was saying. I was made to bring people happiness, but because in their hearts they didn't see peace as the true way that they were going to get happiness. Look at Fontaine from this perspective. Phobos then kind of like made it so that everyone would carry out that slaughter, that barbaric slaughter that would happen, where the lands were filled with blood. It was then that Remus realized what was happening, I believe, and appointed and told. I think we can level this up now, can't we? How much did we get out of this? Just 5 sigils, that's fine. And told Cassiodor and Scylla of this plan of basically the dragons would come in and help destroy Phobos, but not destroy the people of Remuria. It was supposed to be like an act so they could have a chance to destroy Phobos. And he told Cassiodor to basically like, to give Cassiodor back like their old free will. Right, I'm trying to piece this together like in the best way. I talk about it the best way possible, because it's like I feel like I understand it, but like it's also like piecing everything together is also very, very interesting to me. The dragon god, which is the sovereign dragon, or I guess the dragon god, the dragon prince that Unraveling is now, was once Scylla, and Scylla then joined in on this to help, I guess bring a peace back to or like at least end the suffering of that was happening with all these, with the battles and the constant blood and all this destruction and everything that was happening as well. It was then that for 1,000 years, basically, it was then that Boethius, by the way, trapped or tricked Boethius, who was now a part of Phobos, tricked Scylla and the dragons into thinking that they had nothing planned, that they had nothing that could destroy them, and that's what trapped Scylla there in all those ties for a very long time, for 1,000 years. It was because of that now they were able to, and I believe it's because Phobos never died. Phobos was never actually destroyed. That they started to regain that power and start to take the souls of people to like kind of regain that power, I believe. Maybe there's something that's a little bit off there as well with my understanding of that as well. And what was about to happen was they were going to be taking the souls of people of Fontaine and reverting things back. They had this thin veil between the past and the present, and there was a want to revert everything back to a time when Remuria was at its, as they would see, as their peak, where they were like, they were the nation that was like beautiful and they had everything before the Fontainians even arrived, which would put an end to the people of Fontaine as well, like almost like a new horrible destruction that would come along with it as well. But we know that in our heart of hearts, this is not true happiness. The Phobos was tainted. Phobos was believing that the idea of true happiness is to give people whatever they wanted. And because the people of Remuria had that feeling of slaughter and demise in their hearts, that is why Phobos then also believed that is what they wanted truly, and that will help everyone find true happiness. And they were all obviously already turned to stone at this stage. But Remus also believed as well, and Cassiodor as well at this point as well, believed that whilst they are like immortal in some sense and they still have their dreams inside them, and there's still these golems that like still have their body and flesh still intact because they're not of human and flesh, it's no true way to really like live, because they have spent, oh my god, you get like an actual building. They spent a millennia basically suffering as these beings that had to live under the weight of what had happened with Remuria. And you saw them, they're still acting as if Remuria is still here. They're talking about dragons, fighting back against the dragons, still fighting back against, and like thinking they can still survive against the dragons and the Vishaps. But it's obviously like different perspectives, because obviously Boethius and Phobos saw it as the dragons were against them, when really they were like, you know, trying to like put an end to Phobos and destroy Phobos before it tainted them anymore. The idea of fate is very interesting to me as well, is because fate is wanted by the, like it's really weird. The idea of like defying Fortuna to them is something that is like being a higher being. The idea of like going against fate is being a higher being. You are better than everyone else if you're able to defy fate, right? But in the end, then they didn't really have their own free will. They didn't really have their own, like, you know, they still relied on Phobos too much. They still relied on the idea of Phobos too much. And in the end, nobody had their free will there either. And it's like, you're comparing yourself to the people outside. You believe that you were superior because of your flesh, your stone bodies, but really that's what made you suffer for so long. These stone bodies that you believe makes you more powerful, like these golem bodies, are the reason that you had to stay for 1,000 years, and the suffering that was put on your shoulders was there for 1,000 years as well. Yeah, it's a very interesting story, because it ended up then, the end of the story was that Boethius was eaten by Phobos, the melody, the song. And that melody that was eaten by, and the person that was, then Phobos that was eaten by the melody. Sorry, Boethius was eaten by Phobos. In that, Phobos was then able to like project Boethius. And I guess that was probably like a more agreeable way of doing that as well. And they believed that Boethius truly wanted that as well, which is like the idea of going back and reverting back to everything that was before as well. Or at least that's the way I see it as well. And then Phobos appeared before us, and we destroyed Phobos in the end with what was left of Phobos. And because if you have the will, and here's the thing, Boethius wanted this, right? Boethius wanted to revert back and wanted the slaughter, wanted all this pain and suffering, and when they joined with Phobos, they were able to...
Following me.
It was a merging that wasn't counterproductive to Phobos, because Phobos was able to just have like another ideal that they wanted attached to them. But I believe when Cassiodor attached themselves to Phobos, because it was a different will, and they didn't believe in the true values that they believed in, or the value, not true values, but like the values that they believed in, Phobos like was then tainted in a different way, where it's now the wants and wills of Cassiodor brought Phobos down then. Phobos was no longer able to like maintain this, I want to like bring this, like the power that they had through the 1,000 years of suffering. I do love the idea of that at the end, that the people of Remuria were the ones to destroy Phobos. And sorry that I'm stuttering over a lot of stuff here as well, guys. It really is like quite a confusing story, but at the same time it's a beautiful story. So if there's stuff that I miss, please let me know as well. And the story in the end was that we, being people who aren't, Phobos can't play our melody, right? Phobos cannot play our melody whatsoever. So, because they can't play our melody, they couldn't predict what we were going to do. And once again, we are another unknown variable. Scylla said it themselves. Because they cannot predict who we are, and because we are like from a different place, they could not at all predict what was going to happen with us, and we were able to stop once again, defy whatever fate was had in store for us. But again, they also talked to us about that we were also destined to be here. So I wonder if there is a thing in this game where we are not a part of Tevat's fate. We can defy Tevat's fate and all that's happening in Tevat. We've done it many, many times before. But there is a fate that's ordained for us as well, and a path that's ordained for us as well. Remus failed in their mission to destroy Phobos. More than likely because when Boethius or Phobos trapped, because I think that was, if you look at the different variables that were there, what was different than what we did compared to what they did. we defied fate and we freed Scylla. We played the melody, which is probably what Remus was trying to do as well, right? Is to play, like, it was to do exactly what we did. But we did it because we had all those variables with us. We had Cassiodor on our side. We had Scylla on our side, who wasn't able to, like, actually carry out the full attack, right? Wasn't able to actually, like, invade Remuria. But in this case, we actually, like as Paimon said, you did it once, let's do it again. They were able to do it this time as well.
Too slow.
And because of that, we were actually able to, look at the boat over there, it's so pretty. Because of that, we were able to actually, like, quell this. And it actually ended up being something that we were actually, like, able to do that Remus wasn't able to do as well. It's very, you can understand where I'm, like, not my confusion is, but, like, there's a lot. There's a lot to it, so I'm trying to slowly piece it together in my brain. It might not be as interesting for you guys to hear me stutter over everything, but I'm trying definitely to piece everything together in my head about what happened here when it came to this story, because I actually do love it dearly. I think it's fantastic. In terms of the quality of the story, like, beautiful from start to finish, so many amazing set pieces and locations and music, stunning, like, cast of characters that, like, were very interesting that I definitely wanted to learn more about. I wanted to see where their lives are going. Like, even like Boethius, who was a character who was, like, very, like, at least had the will of someone who's evil, like Phobos, like, because they had the will of a desire for slaughter and for destruction. Because at one point they said Boethius was actually good. They said Boethius was actually, like, a pretty good dude. But it was very clear that since he adopted, like, he was eaten by Phobos, there was no chance for that happening again, because now he was just the desire and will that he was before he left, which was the desire for slaughter and destruction. The perverse order that was ordered was to stand down and not destroy those people, those quote-unquote barbarians that lived outside. And he saw that as something that they could not do, because he was seeing it as a self-defense thing, which is, like, you know, slaughter. Like, can you see the idea of, like, a slaughter as a self-defense? You know what I mean? It's a very weird way of looking at it. I love that the plans that they came up with this stuff. I love the references to the idea of how Nervalet took over. Now he's kind of like, you know, like, Scylla's like, oh, I'm kind of happy that someone else took over from this as well. Another Dragonborn was born. I really adore the idea of our character once again being the unknown variable, but this time I feel like it was, like, so direct. Characters were speaking to us directly, being like, you are an alien. And by God, like, I hope I get to meet other aliens. There was times when they were literally telling us, like, you have your own fate, but it's not a fate that can be written by anyone into Vat. So it's like, I can, like, it's the same with Irminsul. Irminsul did not have us on record, right? But neither did Phobos. Phobos couldn't put us on record. Phobos could try and play any tune in front of us and it would not change us whatsoever. And I'm wondering that all those variables together, is that what, like, changed everything for us as well? That led us to being able to destroy Phobos, and led us to play that melody at the end that, like, put everything back to normal and gave everyone their souls back. It's a really interesting story, the idea of, like, a veil being so, like, thin that the idea of the past and present is coming together. We saw it at the start, and they left little hints for us as we were going along the way. The idea of, like, how every single character here in this village had lost their souls, and that was going to happen. They gave us a little hint. This was going to happen to everybody in Fontaine, and once again, the waters would rise. And again, you talk about the idea of, like, punishment from the gods also came up too, where, whilst Farina and Focalor, their way of, like, hiding from the gods was literally hiding from the gods, was making it seem like the Archon was, like, not there, a place where even the gods don't look. And Remus's way of, like, defying the gods was instead to become something that is not human. So how can the prophecy be fulfilled and destroy humans of Remuria if we're not humans anymore? If we're not of flesh and blood? I will come back later, as always, if I remember anything or if I want to talk about something else. I really do think this was, like, a very, like, heavy story. It was very heavy with a lot in it, and I'm not going to, like, remember absolutely everything about the story. If I do remember other things, I definitely want to come back and we'll have a chat about that as well, because I feel like that is important to kind of piece everything together, especially since this is the last big world quest we're doing in Fontaine. This is it. We've done a lot in Fontaine. We did the Talishard quest, we did all the Narcissus Cruise quests. We did this quest. There's, like, a bunch of world quests we've obtained. We did the Wild Fairies of Aranese. Really, when this is all said and done, we have done 30 hours of world quests in Fontaine as well. Just similarly to what we did in Sumeru. We did, and we've done even more in Sumeru. We've gone back and done like 33 hours, and by the end of it we will do 35 hours of world quests in Sumeru, more than we have of any other nation, because that's just how incredible. I think in like say Inazuma, in terms of world quests, we probably did about 15 hours, maybe 16. I say is probably the idea. 16 hours of world quests, would you say? While in Liyue, I say it was more like 10, and Mondstadt was probably like 3 hours, just because they were so short at the time. The world quest used to be like, hey, can you find my dog? And you find the dog, and like it's a 20-minute mission. Now they're like hours, 1 hour, which I'm not complaining either. But I had a great time with this guys as well. Right now you'll see it cut to me talking about more stuff, or stuff I might have gotten wrong. If I have gotten stuff wrong, you'll see it here now. But yeah, it's a beautiful story about a nation that like has been like suffering for years, but also caused a lot of suffering as well, and an atonement as well in the end, with more information about us as being like a descender, and kind of like just like, it's not even like information, it's more just like a pure confirmation of like, yeah, you are an alien, buddy. Like that's it. Like you, like that's what we see you as. You are an alien. And I also love the concept of like as well how they,
I just tell it like it is.
how Boethius kind of like, and now we know it was Phobos
Maybe that's their problem.
all along. It makes so much sense for their actions the way they were speaking. Phobos was like saying how we should subjugate people, we should like stomp these under our feet, all these people on our feet, because we are so powerful and you're so powerful. They sensed the power in us because they couldn't sense anything in us. And now it makes sense why Boethius could sense something in us as well. Like it's like, because at the time it's like Boethius can do this, Boethius can ascend to being a god. And it makes sense now because Boethius, because it wasn't Boethius, it was Phobos who couldn't play our melody, who couldn't play a song and make our fate something, who couldn't remember a song that they played for us. And I think that's such an interesting, just like the stuff with Irminsul. And we are like, yeah, we're powerful, but we're not going to see the world like that. We're not. It's kind of similar, I think, to like the Knave, where it's like, yeah, the Knave is powerful, but they're not going to see the world like that. And yeah, there is like a common thread here. Yeah, there was also a mention of the idea of, like, I guess I forget the actual phrase in Lady of the Water as well, but like, as I was like chatting with people afterwards, like about it, like, you know, people were like, oh yeah, like, you know, you should probably like mention, and I'm glad that people help me out with this stuff, because it's good to have like, and then you guys in the comments can fill in any other blanks as well. But the idea of like you know, there was a lot brought up about the idea of the former Hydro Archon as well, and who people worshipped here in Fontaine, because people in Fontaine probably would worship the former Hydro Archon, whilst people here were probably more in Sebastos' corner in some ways too. The only other thing I can say is that yes, another thing I was kind of getting like, I said in the video itself, I already said this in the video, but I want to say it here as well. I definitely misinterpreted, I think, how long the civilization of Remuria stood. I made it sound like they were like here first and like no matter what, but like really in reality, as we know, like the dragons were here as well. Also, it's younger than King Dejeret's whole civilization as well, and they also reference the idea of King Dejeret and being a usurper in this story also as well. But also the idea of Renee the Petrichor, we reference it like a little bit, but the idea of Renee like De Petrichor, which I believe is in Petrichor, like the idea of like the last name being the idea of a Petrichor. They both have a similar kind of stance in this way, like of how things went, where it's like there was three kind of like entities at the time, I suppose if you count Focalor, Renee and Remus, all trying to stop, or Remuria, all trying to stop the prophecy from coming to pass. It's just that not all of them were successful, and not all of them led to the happiest of times for everybody. Here as well, we saw like the idea, and it's such a cool concept for a story, the idea of like turning people into stone so they no longer could even like be a part of the prophecy. Because if it's not humans that are going to be destroyed, then how can you destroy them if they're not of flesh and blood? They're made of stone now, these golems, which is another interesting point as well. There's going to be stuff I miss as well, guys, and I want to make this perfectly clear. I am okay with getting stuff wrong, with missing stuff. That's why I've like really loved piecing things together myself lately, where I've just been going around the place, trying my very, very hardest to understand stuff. And sometimes I get stuff wrong, and sometimes I get stuff right, and sometimes I don't understand things fully. And it's all part of the process of learning about a story yourself. And then what I really love about the community aspect of this, my community, is that I go into the comment section then, or I go into Patreon chats, or I post something like on a social, and we get like conversation going about everything. And it's such a beautiful like time. It really is. It's so fun to like wait for the comments to tell me. And then here's the thing, like sometimes it can be like, it's like, oh, I'm wrong about this, oh, that kind of sucks. But at least then, like as we always say, confusion leads to new knowledge. You know, being wrong leads to understanding something a little bit more. And we can always like really appreciate that at the same time. Hi guys, it's also another Calvin from the future here saying that there's also the bees and the Sibella and all that stuff that I actually think is amazing. And we talked about a little bit there. I think it's such a beautiful sentiment, the idea that like the bees didn't follow Phobos because they didn't believe in what Phobos was like, you know, of what Phobos was saying, I suppose, is what we're getting at here. So they followed instead Scylla also. And I suppose as well, we also see as well, like a lot of people, even though I was like, oh, talk about Nervalette and how the idea that Nervalette, you know, that 100% the Dragon Prince would have loved to have met Nervalette. I think it's also like a important thing to note that I think also while he would have loved to meet Nervalette, a lot of like death has to happen for people to inherit something, right? And yes, we're glad we have Nervalette, but obviously like things had to die for Nervalette to even inherit this as well. But I love the concept that Scylla got to see or hear about the idea of a new sovereign dragon being born, a new dragon prince being born as well. I love that so much. Thank you so much to Typharo2, Jamie Bull, Janet Banana, The Ghost of Inazuma, Felicius Felix, Ewald, Radish, Anustem, Malcolm Hunday, Death Trap, Lynx Markey, Assassin, Alpaca Juice, Eopsy, Xandra Whatever, True Peanut Butter, and Jared Beanham. And I'll see you all so soon. We haven't done the thing in a bit. Let's do the thing. You did the thing before, actually, so do you want to... Can we do the thing up here? That's enough. I don't want you to fall off, and you know you will fall off.